Yesterday definitely was a very long day. The agenda was quite loaded. I want to congratulate all of us for staying the course from morning all through to the evening when we break up. This morning we are going to continue from where we stopped yesterday. Remember, I announced two high-level round-table discussions. We started with the first one yesterday, and we're going to embark on the second one this morning. The theme for today's high-level roundtable is empowering the Africa of the future, advancing the development of digital public infrastructure, data centers, and sovereignty. And as usual, may I invite our moderator to introduce the panelists for this second roundtable. Anne-Marie, please.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to be moderating the very important discussion that is coming ahead. We meet at a decisive moment for the continent. Across Africa, digital transformation is no longer a future ambition. It is a present-day necessity. The choices that we make now about digital infrastructure, data governance, connectivity, storage, and trust will shape not only how our economies grow, but also who benefits from that growth, who controls our digital future, and how resilient our institutions will be in the years ahead. Three of the key objectives of the Global Digital Compact are connectivity, data governance, and AI governance. At the heart of today's conversation is a simple but very powerful truth. Africa's digital future must be built in Africa, designed for Africans, and governed in a way that serves Africa's development priorities. So we'll focus on four pillars: DPI, which has emerged as a foundational enabler of inclusive digital economies; the critical role of data centers; digital sovereignty, to ensure African countries have the capacity and the tools to make decisions about their own digital trajectories; and how we work together, because the scale of the opportunity and the scale of the challenge requires deep collaboration. And we are indeed very fortunate to be joined today by a very distinguished panel. So let me call our esteemed panelists. First, His Excellency Nabada Gwalate, Vice President and Minister of Finance of the Republic of Botswana. We're also joined by His Excellency Americo Mushanga, Minister of Communications and Digital Transformation of the Republic of Mozambique. Joining us also, Honorable Dr. Pius Stephen Chaya, Deputy Minister, President's Office, Planning and Investment of Tanzania. Ambassador Philip Tigo, Special Envoy on Technology of the Republic of Kenya. Mrs. Angela Wamola, Head of Sub-Saharan Africa at GSMA. And finally, Mr. Adil El Yousefi, Chief Executive Officer at Africa Data Centers at Cassava Technologies. Welcome to you all. It's an absolute pleasure to have you with us today. Thank you to you all. My pleasure is to start with you, Your Excellency Gwalate. Botswana is now a hub for SADC for a digital data center. So what innovative financing models and incentives have you put in place for sustainable investment in digital infrastructure and data centers while ensuring fiscal responsibility and long-term economic stability?
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the opportunity to share with you our Botswana experience. Maybe a little bit of context before we even get to the innovative financing mechanisms. I think first we need to remember why digitization. We must never forget that it's about inclusion of our people, being able to bring services where ordinarily services would not arrive, being able to do more with less, and being able to create a whole new litany of sectors, economic activity for our people. We must never lose sight of that. It's also important that there are different phases. The first is Botswana has done well, rapid fire, if you like, putting in place the basic backbone and infrastructure, more than 10,000 kilometers of fiber. And we've been able within 5 years to connect about 700 schools and connect more than 278 villages of more than 500 people. But the next phase, which is more than infrastructure, which is being able to have the right characteristics for the infrastructure, the right legislative framework, the right frameworks for interoperability, and the right human resource infrastructure is the next phase. Now I can answer your question. Well, we have in Botswana what we call the Universal Access and Service Fund, which is basically a 1% levy on all our mobile service providers. And this is what has provided most of the funding for the rollout of the infrastructure to the villages and the schools. But in addition to the infrastructure fund, we, in a sense, we also follow a triple P model in that Botswana has what we call Botswana, it's a state-owned enterprise that develops the bulk infrastructure, the first mile infrastructure. Is government-owned, wholly funded by government, and all the private operators, they build their connectivity based on that. So that is a form of triple P. We have invested heavily in that. But also blended finance in the sense that Botswana has been very apt at utilizing, leveraging our relationships with multilateral organizations like the African Development Bank, so that we fund from the national budget. I know that our Ministry of Communications, which is the main instrument for implementation, I know that this year we must have funded them about 1.2 billion pula, which is about 120 million US dollars. So we actually have a very deliberate approach to funding in a sustainable way. But also we also ensure that our rollout is phased. It's phased and is broken down into pieces. And in breaking down into pieces, every piece should make cost benefit sense. So we actually make sure that every piece is feasible. We also have targeted incentives in Botswana. We have what we call special economic zones. And special economic zones, technology is one of the sectors that we prioritize. So they are tax incentives for our technology. We, of late, also have had a national program called the Botswana Economic Transformation Program, which economic transformation program is we step back as a country and we realize that we have been very good at policy conceptualization and planning, but very poor in execution. So this Botswana Economic Transformation Program is a process where what we now focus is execution. You know, execution, more execution, extra execution, super execution, ultra execution, mega execution. It's all about execution. So what we have done is we have identified what we call mega projects that will move the needle. So we had an international and local call for investment ideas, including technology ideas. We got about 7,000 of them. And we had a rigorous progress of filtering them down to 186, a good portion of which are technology projects. And we are just running through the implementation of these technology programs. We have been very strong, and also as part of the Botswana Economic Transformation Program, we have been very strong in identifying all bottlenecks that prohibit us from executing, and some of those have been legislative. So we identified all the legislative barriers, and indeed, as late as end of this past year, we passed through an act in Parliament, a Digital Services Act, which establishes Digital Services Authority, which mandates the digitalization of public and private services and governs electronic records, data sharing, open data, and information security, along with the other legislative infrastructure that we have put in place. If you, maybe I should stop here. I think that should give you an idea. I had wanted to move over to the lessons that we have learned, but I can do that later. Thank you.
We'll come back to the lessons indeed. Thank you very much, Excellency. So vision and the boldness really to auto-evaluate so that the needles really shifts. Thank you very much for that, Excellency. Let's now move to Your Excellency Muchanga. DPI is becoming a critical foundation for inclusive growth and private sector innovation. So from your government's perspective, what concrete policy, regulatory and partnership approaches is Mozambique considering to effectively mobilize development partners and the private sector to invest in and co-develop DPI infrastructure, DPI, while also ensuring public value and national ownership?
Thank you very much for this question. I want to start by thanking the government of Morocco, who very warmly welcomed us to Morocco and here to Tanger, and also to thank the UNECA and African Union for organizing this very important meeting that's trying to discuss one issue that I deem to be very important for all the nations. If I look to the case of Mozambique, although I'll say that the situation varies from country to country, we see the digital transformation as a tool that can help the government to serve the citizens in a proper way. For most of you that may know about Mozambique, Mozambique is a very long country. and it has population that is sparsely distributed in the country, and the state is unable to be very close to the population. Now, with technology, with telecommunication networks, with digital systems and digital infrastructure, we are able, to be able to serve the citizen irrespective of where they live or where they work. So our plan is that we need to put in place systems that allow us to reach the citizen, to be able to provide, the basic and essential services the citizen want from the state, without the need of the citizens to travel very long distance, to come to where the state is physically present. Now, I'd say that maybe the situation of Mozambique is similar to the situation of other nations. And I know that for several years we've been saying that technology can do that, can bridge that. And what I ask to all of us is, do we really have the passion and the courage to actually do it? Because it takes an effort. It requires the ability to win the resistance, to change. It requires the ability to perform, persevere, even when the situation is very difficult. So if I try to answer the question that has just been raised here, I think the most important thing for us is to recognize that digital public infrastructure, it is as important as energy it is in our life. It is as important as transport it is, for our nations. So we need to position digital public infrastructure in that level. And we need to do everything that's required to build it in a way that is secure, inclusive, and it's citizen-centric. We build it in a way that it can be used by everyone. We build it in a way that it can serve to every citizen, to serve companies, to serve people, to serve education, to serve health, to serve all areas of the society. If we do that, and we do it in a right way, we'll be serving our nations, our people, our citizens in the way that they will feel that they are part of our society. They will see the technology not as something that is for others to use, but as something that is bringing a meaningful impact in their life. Now, digital public infrastructure, it's not easier to do it because most of the technology that we use, perhaps we don't produce it. Because the networks are interconnected, you run the risk of putting your data outside of your own control. And if you do that, in particular with the changes that we see in the global world, you risk yourself of being controlled by other nations. So that's why, today we discuss a lot of the issue of sovereignty, data sovereignty, digital public infrastructure sovereignty. And that means that you need to build that infrastructure in such a way that you have a control of your data, that you have also operational control and technology control. Now, it means that you cannot do it yourself only. So when we talk about sovereignty, we don't mean isolation. It means that you need to look to the data that you are putting in the public infrastructure. How much data that you want to really to be located in your country to have a control on it, and what you can risk, to position it outside. Do you want to build infrastructure, for yourself to manage it, or you want to involve your private sector? Or do you want to look at everything in country, or there's something that you can look at outside? How much knowledge do I need to be able to manage my infrastructure myself? So I'd say that the first thing that we need to do is that we need to classify the data. What is really, what really needs to be in my premises, controlled myself. What I can locate in a data center that's located in the country, and what I can locate even in a data center that's located outside because it's not too risky, it's not classified as a secret, or it's not classified or something that if I don't have access to it, my economy will not function. We need for that to be able to look to the operational, technology, and layers, and which innovation I require from the country if I want to be able to do the things myself. Now, in the way in which we look at it in Mozambique, we think that the parts of the technology we don't have to own ourselves. So the government doesn't have to have its own data center. We can use data centers from the private sector. There we can either do two things. We can either co-locate our infrastructure, or we can even buy capacity from the clouds, be them a sovereign clouds or even outside. We need to work together with the private sector, because if you build the infrastructure and you run it by yourself for everything, the cost is extremely high, because every 5 years you arrive at the end of life of some of the items and you need to replace them. And that cost is very high. But if you buy that capacity, say from private sector, you have the ability to continue adding up without the need to reinvest on infrastructure every 5 years like it's required for most of the active elements. So I'd say in a nutshell that we think that the nations, they definitely need a digital public infrastructure, because it's essential for the way they want, in which they can serve, the citizens. They need collaboration with the private sector. They will have to classify the infrastructure and data in such a way that they select what needs to be in premises, what needs to be managed by the government, and what can be located in a sovereign cloud located in the country, or even in clouds that are located outside, and to create the necessary knowledge in the country to be able to run the things, so that you don't rely completely on external competence, to be able to maintain your own infrastructure. So I'll park it here, and then I can elaborate a little bit more, but I think involvement of private sector and the government in the process of building the digital infrastructure is essential for us to continue to prosper as nations, and also to work as Africa. Yesterday I was listening to discussions as to which extent can we really take advantage of the continent, because for most of the things I cannot complete the process only in Mozambique, because Mozambique needs to do business with other countries. And for that, I need to use systems like PAPS that has been announced, has been spoken about yesterday. So how do we connect, to them? How do we have a mutual recognition with the other system to validate our systems or to do the digital signatures? All that requires a collective action. My appeal is, if we don't have the passion, the energy, and the willingness to do it today, we'll fall even behind, because technology matters today more than many other things that we've been doing in the past in terms of competitiveness. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Excellency. Indeed, technology advances every day, and our mindset, our narrative needs to follow as well. Thank you very much. Muito obrigada. Let me now turn to you, Honorable Minister Chaya. Tanzania has made notable progress in the adoption of digital technologies, particularly in digital payments, mobile money, and e-governance platform. What priority governance and institutional reforms is Tanzania advancing to ensure that digital public infrastructure effectively strengthens domestic revenue mobilization while maintaining full national ownership and control over Tanzania's digital financial data?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for giving us this opportunity as Tanzania to show our case, but also to show our experience as far as digital technology, digital public administration, digital public infrastructure are concerned. I also extend my appreciation to Morocco government for this kind of host that they have done, which is very wonderful. Before I respond to the questions that you have raised, let me echo on what the government has done so far in relation to the connection of the digital technology transformation. Last year, our government embarked on developing a 25 Development Vision 2050, of which digital technology and the like are the key facilitators and enablers of the economy. We are targeting to reach a $1 trillion by 2050, but also to have a $7,000 US dollar per capita income comes 2050. This requires a holistic approach, collaborative approach, but public-private partnership. But digital technology and the other technologies are very key, as I said before, that if at all we want to reach a $1 trillion US dollar economy by 2050, we need to have something in hand. And apart from that, we also developed a long-term perspective plan, a 25-year plan, and of which also it emphasizes on how we have to harness the issues of digital technology, particularly issues around governance, institutionalization, but issues around the risk management, revenue mobilization, and so on and so forth. To be able to cascade this at the grassroots level, but also at the national, subnational level, we developed a 5-year development plan, which is a plan 4, of which now we have started operationalizing it, and this year we are developing an annual development plan. And in this annual development plan, also digital technology are key enablers and facilitators of our economy. Now, to respond to your questions, Tanzania is not behind in terms of digital technology utilization, but also in terms of revenue mobilization and the like. We are doing very well in terms of revenue mobilization, particularly domestic revenue mobilization. We have our own experts who have developed a number of systems, ICT digital systems, on customs management, revenue collection, but also on linking how we can pay instantly payment within the government. Across the government, particularly in ministries, but also departments and agencies, we have a single window for payment system which is very instant to ensure that at least payments are done on time. But apart from that, we are also managing risks which are much more linked to issues around digital technology, of which now what we did in 2015, we developed a Cybersecurity Act to ensure that we protect data, but also ensure that our sovereignty is protected. And in addition to that, in 2022, we developed a Personal Data Protection Act, of which also is very key to ensure that data, particularly from service providers, but from the users and the like, are protected, and there is no any risk that may harm our sovereignty, but also in terms of our economy. So as a country, actually, we see that without investing in digital technology, we cannot reach the $1 trillion US dollar 2050. What we have done now in our annual development plan, we have put a chunk of budget to ensure that now across ministries, departments, and agencies, we are putting a substantive amount of fund to ensure that we put some infrastructure for digital technology, but also we enhance our capacities in terms of capacity building for our people, but also to ensure that at the universities, colleges, and institutes, we start developing people, their capacities through this so that they can be able now to utilize this but mainstream digital technology as they go back to the labor market. So in a nutshell, I can say that it is a high time now that as governments, we invest in digital technology. As I said before, that this is very key. And as a government, as Tanzania, we have started this one. And that's why we have a dedicated ministry dealing with the issues of ICT. But apart from that, we have ensured that all villages across the country, we have a broadband network systems whereby now the digital technology is widely used in terms of mobile services, in financial inclusions and the like, but also in all the sectors of the economy, like in water, energy, education, health systems. Digital technology has been much applied, and we have seen significant impact in terms of accelerating even the service delivery, in terms of availability, access, but also in terms of improvement of revenue mobilization, as well as the economic growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and I really commend you for involving the youth, like you were saying, at that level, and with such passion as well. As we know, they represent a fourth of the population very, very soon, so thank you very much for all your work. I now turn to you, Ambassador Tigo. As Kenya enhances its digital public infrastructure to support digital government initiatives, could you outline the strategies being implemented to ensure that data governance aligns with ethical AI standards? Additionally, what measures are being taken to prioritize local data management and prevent potential risks associated with foreign data exploitation?
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, for the question. Again, I'd like to echo my colleagues' appreciation to the government of Morocco, but also to UNECA for putting this panel together. So I think a couple of things. One is to recognize, and this is Kenya's position leadership, is that we are in the age of intelligence. So we are not in the digital age, and I'm sorry if I would digress from my colleagues on this, is that from 2022, the world moved to another age. And so the age of intelligence is basically driven by knowledge, but also by capabilities that are aligned to both machines and humans. So we're in the age where machines are helping us kind of process data in a way that is very different. And so in this age of intelligence, I think that it means we have to think a little bit differently in terms of how intelligence then is produced, governed, but also applied. And so in Kenya, we look at this from the perspective of they're not just digital public infrastructure, because in the previous age, we know that we built a lot of these infrastructures that were never used. And so in this era of intelligence, yes, we want to build the rails, which is the digital public infrastructure, but then we want to build the trains, which is the digital public intelligence. And the part of the digital public intelligence is very much around our own knowledge, our own data, our own languages. And that's why a lot of us, for example, now are working on local language models. Because part of the challenge is that African data is almost just 1% of the current global data that drives AI or the large language models. So I think for me, we start from a realization that we need to invest not just in local data capacity, but in local data processing and collection that speaks to our reality. And so I think for us, that's important, because otherwise then you risk outsourcing your intelligence, or you risk importing intelligence that does not necessarily speak to your reality. And so I think for Kenya, that has been something that we're looking at. So which means, one is you have a legal layer that very much, yes, mandates data protection, but also mandates local data production that speaks to your reality, and not necessarily other realities that are not ours, which means we do not necessarily borrow bias that is currently intrinsic to the current models around artificial intelligence, and that speaks to the ethics of it. Because part of the ethics of it is inclusivity, but also for me and for Kenya is very much around cultural preservation, but also being very careful that we do not become extinct in the current model. Because if you're not in this model, or if this model represents other visions and wisdoms and you're not there, then in the next 2-3 years, chances are that our cultures and models will become extinct. The second part, of course, is the architecture, which means that part of the architecture must also speak to standards, must speak to interoperability, must speak to transparency, auditability. We need to be able to audit the current models, but also we need to ensure that independence institutions can be very independent in a way that sort of a lot of this information is curated, but also speaks to our standards. And so I think for us, the architecture is important. Part of the architecture, and I think one of my colleagues spoke about talent, because you can't talk about sovereignty without sovereign talent. But also, it's only Africans and African talent that are able to interpret our current data, but also our current stories and narratives. Because part of it, yes, you'll have independent infrastructure, but then if you don't have talent that ensures that it can be able to interpret and also annotate, but also collect this data in a way that speaks to our reality, and that becomes the challenge. I think the third part is then how do you govern all this? Because governance, I think, in most cases, is not necessarily about regulations and policies. It's also about how agile we continue to ensure that the systems and capabilities are very much aligned with changing capabilities, because as we know, these technologies change very quickly. From 2022 to 2026, we know now that there's been very many iterations of these chat platforms, or the ChatGPT or DeepSeek and the rest. And so how do we ensure that part of how we govern this ensures that we still remain ahead of the times, but also ensures that we govern it in a way that guarantees safety, security, inclusivity, and sustainability. Because as part of our African engagement is that we must ensure that these technologies, in most cases, do not necessarily also push the planet to beyond its boundaries, especially around climate change. And I think finally, and I'll go back into this, is this idea that we must come back to the talent. And I say talent, it's just not about our young people who, of course, are very capable and are building these technologies, but do not necessarily have the opportunity to sort of drive these capabilities, because our current, and I'll go back to procurement, and I raised it yesterday, that part of sovereignty must also be very deliberate around procuring African platforms, African systems built by our own young people, because that I think is going to be very important. And we're seeing other countries like France have basically ditched big tech capabilities and are leveraging their own capabilities in countries. So I think talent is, procurement is going to be important, but then talent also in public sector. And for Kenya, I think we're probably the first country now that my president is studying AI. As one of his master's degrees. So you can see that leap that he has to lead from the front. But secondly, we are mandating the entire cabinet to be trained on artificial intelligence. We are mandating the entire public service through a center for competence on AI and emerging technologies to be skilled around critical and emerging technologies. We've trained about 10,000 public servants right now around AI and critical emerging technologies. And we're mandating the entire public service, which will be around 900,000. We are mandating all teachers to be trained on artificial intelligence and emerging technologies so that they can train from K1 to 12. So as you said, if you're going to build talent, it's just not, it won't just be around the young people building the innovations. It also must be the leaders who need to understand that they are leading in an age of intelligence and acceleration. So how do they also ensure that the policies that they pass are also aligned with the current changing age? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I heard somewhere that AI really means African intelligence. So here we are. And allow me to emphasize what you said. It needs to speak to our reality. And truly, the era of mimetism is over now. Like you said, we really need to come up with systems that truly reflect our terrain, our realities, our communities, if we are to build up sustainable systems and the world that we really want. So thank you very much. Allow me now, Mrs. Wamola, to bring in your perspective. As mobile networks evolve into the foundational rail for DPI, what policies and partnerships are needed from GSMA's perspective to empower mobile operators to invest in the resilient connectivity required for a stronger local digital ecosystem while ensuring sustainable government revenues?
Thank you very much. As you mentioned, I represent the GSMA, which is the industry body globally for all mobile network operators, the ecosystem of manufacturers, network equipment, devices, and I represent Africa. And as our excellencies have stated, a lot is happening in terms of infrastructure, right? We're well done. A lot is happening, as Ambassador has said, that the intelligence, we're in the intelligent connectivity era. AI is moving, advancing away from the data centers, and it's going into our devices, right? And what does that mean? That means that next year when we're here, you could all be able to listen in your local language, should our languages be online, and with your normal headset, listen in your language. But today, only a handful of African languages are online. Now, what does that mean? When you look at it from the intelligence connectivity era, today, when we were in Barcelona, where we have the biggest technology event that we host, what were the trends that were being talked about? 6G has showed up. Robots are everywhere. Everywhere, right? And what does this mean when it comes to helping our people in Africa? What game are we playing? 30% of our population are online. Close to 1 billion have never gone online, in spite of up to a 4G network, broadband technology being close to them. What does that mean? 70%, 700 million, don't have a device. And the remaining 30%, not in their language, or the content isn't there. Nothing to do with farming, nothing to do with health or education. So why are we leaving 1 billion people offline? And the question is then, if intelligence and intelligent connectivity is moving to the device, it's moving to the high-end devices, you and I, the 30%. Whereas it's needed for everybody who's underserved, that 1 billion who can't go online. It's not in their language. They don't have the content. Last year in Kumasi, in Ghana, the GSMA worked with Hope Exchange, a medical center in Kumasi, Ghana, on a 4G network, working with the National University Hospital of Singapore. They did 4 surgical procedures under 8 hours. And on the 4th surgical procedure, using a wearable, which is the extended reality, the local doctor in Kumasi did a procedure successfully on their own with support from specialists in Singapore. Now, it's not just a technical achievement. It was actually an economic achievement, because that surgery was done as a day surgery, whereas previously it took 6 weeks for the patient to stay in a hospital. What does that mean? That patient went home, back to their livelihood, back to their family. Their disposable income was saved because they didn't have to spend 6 weeks in hospital. And the cost of care in hospital reduced. All because doctors and the patients were able to use wearables, they had the devices. And the laws, the policies allowed for doctors in Singapore to be able to see the records of the patients and guide the doctors locally how to reduce and achieve those patient care outcomes. That is the impact of intelligence connectivity that we're saying. And if you can move from the data centers that we're building and the fiber that we're building into the operating theaters, into farms, into schools, bingo. Because right now the game we are playing, if we put it in the analogy of football, is we only have 3 players on the pitch. Where are the rest? In a match where you should be playing 11, right? And of those 3 who are on the pitch, 2 are on 3G. 1 is using maybe 4G. 5G is not yet there in Africa. Less than 10% coverage. In an age where people are moving to 6G by 2030. So the question here in the room is, if intelligence is moving to the edge, to the devices, we need to unlock the device for our people. Sub-dollar of $150 and below is the price point for the majority of our population. And in some countries, it's even below $20. Can we get there? And worse off is, because of the intelligence connectivity age, memory shocks have skyrocketed globally. By the end of this quarter, the memory cost up to 50% increase. And what does that mean in terms of the memory shock traveling through the ecosystem? Number 1, it means that the devices, stocks that were $150 and below have depleted as at the end of this quarter. And manufacturers are moving towards high-end devices because of supply is less than the demand, because the memory is going towards AI, servers, data centers, and away from low-end devices. So it's even getting harder for our people to get the device, because the price is going to be higher than even the $150 we were aiming for. And so it's a global issue, a global impact, but Africa will be hit the hardest, because, again, Africa has more than 50% of the global sales of low-end devices. So the question here in the room, ladies and gentlemen, is we need to bring all our players to the pitch, because that's the only way we can play a fair game in this world. How can we make everybody benefit for surgeries and reduce the cost of their disposable income? How can we move it to the farms if they don't have the devices? And so I appeal to you that we need to take a decision as Africa that for the sake of our people, the underserved and the unserved, and bringing those languages, 2,000 languages plus online, we need to enable the device. We need to make sure that everybody has access. And if you can remove policies on taxes that increase the price for the low-end devices, not the luxury tax, the high-end devices, the low ones, $150 and below. If you can remove the customs duties and the excise duties and other taxes on them, just to enable our people to go online, then now we don't have a demand problem. Demand will follow supply. Otherwise, Africa will forever remain offline.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Womola. Thank you very much, Mrs. Womola, for reminding us the rules of the game, actually, and we do need all our players on the pitch, absolutely, if we are to win this. And you've really also strongly emphasized what we have been discussing since yesterday, is that absolutely no one should be left behind. This is not acceptable anymore. Thank you once again. Mr. Yousefi, and I'll turn to you. Tell us, please, what are the main barriers to expanding and scaling local data centers in Africa, and how can governments move beyond high-level policy to provide the support that investors require and overcome the barriers?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be in this panel with the distinguished panelists. My name is Adil Al-Yusefi. I lead a business called Africa Data Centers, part of Cassava Technologies. Part of Cassava Technologies. I'll try again. It's still there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm based in Nairobi, so I'm happy that Ambassador Tigo is helping a brother. Yeah. But I'm also from Morocco, so you're obviously very welcome in the Kingdom of Morocco, and I'm very pleased that everyone is here today. So I was saying I'm representing Africa Data Centers. We operate over 30 megawatts of data centers across 5 countries within the continent. And Africa Data Centers is part of Cassava Technologies, leading technology provider across the continent through liquid intelligent technologies, Africa Data Centers, and SASAI, through the direct involvement of our chairman, Mr. Strive Masiwia. So I just want to build on what other panelists have rightly put, which is the importance of intelligence in this age. We all know that obviously the world is going towards AI. AI is promising significant improvements in productivity, and AI will be the driver of economic growth in the foreseeable future. And obviously the question we have in Africa is, do we want to be as we've said, just players or consumers, or do we want to be actors in this AI revolution? Of course, as usual in Africa, we need to have our own solutions to the problems that we are encountering, but also the opportunities that AI offers. And AI, like any other technology, is a home. And the home of AI is really the AI factory, what's called AI factory. So what is an AI factory? An AI factory is basically like a factory that produces tokens for AI to run. And the AI factory needs a location, needs space, needs power, which is actually within an environment called data center, and then needs GPUs, processors, that actually run the applications that will train AI models for Africa, and then produce solutions for health, for education, for finance, etc., that are deeply rooted in our economies. As Cassava Technologies, we are launching actually in the next few days the first AI factory at scale in one of our data centers in South Africa. We'll be launching over 2,000 latest generation NVIDIA GPUs that will actually train but also run Africa-based languages, Africa-based applications. And the vision is to have such AI factories in many countries across the continent. Now, as my colleague panelist mentioned earlier, currently Africa generates and processes less than 1% of the world's data, while we actually represent almost now 20% of the world population. So for us to bridge this gap, we need to increase the current data center capacity on the continent by 10x. So how do we do that? And that's really the question. How do we enable this digital infrastructure and then digital services on top so that AI has a home within the continent? So the first thing to consider is every single AI factory of a small scale can cost up to $250 to $400 million to set up. So we are talking significantly larger investment than the previous generation of industrial or technology investment that we had to make around fiber optics or around our mobile towers investment. So when this investment becomes this substantial, we have to look at, one, how to de-risk the investment, and two, how do we ensure that we have the take-up for this investment so that it is profitable for the private sector. So the first item around de-risking the investment is what I believe, like everyone else, we need to seed demand. We need to do an ignition of the engine. And here we all know that governments tend to drive demand in many sectors. Government needs their local languages to be available to their citizens. So anchoring demand for these AI factories through government workloads will actually help the private sector fork out these $250 or $300 million per AI factory, because as soon as the environment starts, then we all know that it really accelerates very fast. The digital ecosystem in all our countries through our young population is very innovative. So as soon as there is an AI factory, there are government workloads that are running on this AI factory, then demand will mushroom, and then that investment could be secure. As Cassava Technologies, we offer a solution called National Sovereign Cloud, which actually provides and runs applications on top of these AI factories targeted at sovereign issues for governments and for regions, so that these AI factories actually target the objectives that governments are looking at, be it around health or around education, that need to run in these AI factories. Second intervention that I believe we can do in Africa to drive the investment in these AI factories and to provide home to AI within our borders is regulations. Ms. Angela mentioned that obviously reducing the cost of the edge device is critical. Absolutely, it is critical, otherwise the 700 million of our brothers and sisters will still be offline. But we also need to make sure that the whole ecosystem works for content and application to be available on these devices that are fit for purpose, that can be consumed. We need to digitize our economies more. We're still using paper. We still need to queue to get service. So again, here government have a big responsibility to digitize processes and to drive generation of data African data that can be used now by companies to provide their services online to their customers. And there we can create this positive feedback loop, because as soon as people are online to consume rather than to get entertained, then it helps the whole economy. The third intervention is really around energy. A data center consumes a fair amount of energy, but not as much energy as what a city like Tangier consumes. For example, Tangier would consume roughly around 150 megawatts to 200 megawatts. That's half of the overall data center capacity currently on the continent. So the size, the quantum of the energy is not the issue. The issue is the price of energy, the cost of energy. The AI factory is run 24/7. These are machines that consume large amount of data. Each one of them can consume around 10 to 20 megawatts. If we look at the prices of energy currently on our continent on average, that runs into the millions of dollars of energy costs per month. Again, the economics will not work if we stay with that price. The prices of energy have to come down significantly, and many countries in Africa have enacted frameworks for power wheeling, for example, bringing cheap renewable energy into the grid. We need to do more because, again, along with our young population, availability and affordability of renewable energy is another asset for Africa that we need to use a bit more, and that's critical to really get right for the AI factories. And finally, what can be done around enabling more investment in AI factories, the home of AI, is regional integration. A $250 to $400 million investment is a significant investment for each of our countries on the continent. We have to rethink sovereignty in this context, from, I believe, local sovereignty to regional sovereignty. Can we consider the concept of data embassies, where we have regional blocks within our continent, and we pool this investment and we pool demand, so that the investment again in these AI factories makes sense. Thank you. Thank you.
Very, very interesting. Thank you very much, Mr. El Yousefi. Data embassies. Very, very interesting. I'm sure that the chair will want to react on this later on. But I think this is a perfect moment to open the room to questions. Let's make this segment interactive. Are there any questions in the room? Yes, please. Miss.
Thank you very much, and good morning, delegates. My name is Caroline Bogo, Senior Director of Public Policy and Communications at the GSMA, and it's a pleasure to be here. And just listening to the discussion, I'm encouraged to hear that there's a lot already being done on the continent and also at a national level to drive digital, infrastructure as a key enabler for economic growth. I think for me, one of the things that I'd like to highlight is the need for harmonization. And the question is directed to the leaders front, particularly the policymakers in front, to understand what's being done to drive harmonization of policy implementation, because it's already been said, there's a lot of policy available in the region to be able to drive some of these investments. But how can we make sure that the different countries on the continent are moving at the same pace to make sure that nobody in Africa is actually left behind? The policy harmonization and the implementation, I think, is something very critical. So I'm keen to hear, and this is mainly to drive affordability of service. So we're looking at policies around fiscal policy reforms, cross-border data flow when it comes to AI, availability of key resources such as spectrum. So how do we make sure that the different countries are moving at the same pace? Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I think we had a question as well from the representative of Ethiopia.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would like to thank the discussants for their insightful presentations. Mine is not a question, but to share Ethiopia's case in this field, because we've heard rich national experiences in digital transformation and some policy recommendations. In the case of Ethiopia, the government launched the Digital Ethiopia 2025 first, and recently the 2030 strategy as a blueprint to modernize the economy and public services. And at its core, this effort focuses on building regional public infrastructure and expanding broadband connectivity, rolling out digital ID systems, and digitizing government services to make them faster, more transparent, and more accessible. Institutions such as Addis Ababa University and the Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute are playing a growing role in developing local technological capacity, particularly in artificial intelligence and data science, signaling a shift toward a knowledge-based economy. At the same time, digitization is becoming visible in everyday life through reforms in the telecom sector led by Ethio Telecom. Millions of Ethiopians now access mobile services and digital financial platforms, accelerating the move toward the cash-light economy. Innovations in agriculture, health, and education are also emerging, from digital advisory services for farmers to e-learning platforms and data-driven healthcare. However, the journey is not without hurdles. Gaps in rural connectivity, affordability challenges, and limited digital literacy continue to shape who benefits most from this transformation. Ethiopia's digital push, therefore, is not just about technology itself, but about ensuring that the benefits of this transformation ripple across all regions and communities, turning connectivity into opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing Ethiopia's case. Let's now, I think, turn to our executive. Yes, Secretary, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And very much appreciate really the interventions that have been that were discussed. What is very clear is that technologies are everywhere and in everything. And people can give examples of how these technologies are really contributing to our own day-to-day life. The question I kept asking myself, how are we measuring the impact? How are we measuring the impact of this to the economic growth? Because usually here the technology is contributing, definitely, it's changing agriculture, it's changing the industry, it's contributing a lot to the services, and we need to measure it. Otherwise, we cannot compare where technology has had a big impact. So in the comparison of GDP, there is, within the service sector, there is a line of technology. And it has been growing for some countries, 6%, others 10%. And that's when we know that technology is actually contributing to economic growth. So one of the things that we are doing is to see how this one is measured. And here we have our director for Africa Center for Statistics. And we had discussed on how this one here for each country, how it should be measured. And that's the only way we can say, oh, by the way, technology has contributed a lot to economic growth. If we cannot measure it, it will remain general, it will remain too much, and nobody can be able to get much sense out of it. Because what we are very sure is changing our lives. It is contributing to economic development. But how? How much? How do we measure it? And I think this is the most important. And with that, we can make a case that actually every country should be applying as much as possible, because technology is changing how fast and how better to do things that drive economic development. So that's the thing I was looking at. But otherwise, it's there. It's too much. Anybody can give any examples. Even speeding up the process itself. is a big contribution, let alone everything that we just mentioned. But we need, at the end of the day, to measure it so that every country knows how much technology is contributing to this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Excellency, for this excellent contribution. Just another round in the room. Do we have more questions for our panel? Yes, please, Côte d'Ivoire.
D'accord. Ok. Merci. Merci pour les différentes présentations.
Thank you much for all the presentations. I'd like very briefly raise the attention on some of the very important challenges that we have to be up to in the continent. I'd like to talk about the digital culture amongst our population, and this is something we should further focus on. Our states do not have the same digital literacy. All countries do not have the same infrastructure, the same advancement technologically wise. So yes, we need to develop the digital infrastructure in our countries. We may speak about all these topics, we may speak about AI, but this means that somehow we have less and less areas covered. We need to provide full coverage of our states when it comes to digital. And I'd like also to raise your attention about something else. We talked a lot about AI. We know that this is a new paradigm in Africa. This is something we should admit. But they're not only positive repercussions. Just look at the actual challenges that arise from it. And these challenges should be at the core of our reflections. There should be actionable synergies within our regional communities and blocs. Think about the African Union, think about the ECA. This is where we should be able to find the right solution, because AI may also lead to job losses, to put it simply. And we know that one of the most crucial challenges for Africa is job employment. Hence, by the way, the choice of the theme of the next session about youth and about job employment. So, how can we make sure that we take advantage of AI while reducing as much as possible the negative impacts on the labor market and job creation? Because we're talking about some new jobs, but actually they're not sustainable jobs. They are short-term jobs, and this is not what we want for our youth. So let's make sure that this AI can be actually helpful to our societies.
Merci beaucoup. Do we have another question before going back to our panelists? Yes, sir, please, at the back. Is it Saint-Oumé? No.
Sudan. Thank you, first of all, for giving me the opportunity. And I also want to reiterate my thanks for the speakers on the eloquent presentations that they gave and for sharing the different experiences of the countries. I confess I have enjoyed listening and also benefit from what they have said. Nevertheless, I have one burning question. Where would possibly be the starting point for harnessing AI, given the different experience on different countries? I would appreciate if you can, the speakers, give us some insight about where will be the starting point and maybe the phasing out of a program or a strategy or something like that in order for us to be able to harness and benefit from AI and not need without the need to go to reinvent the wheel. I would appreciate your response on that. Thank you.
Excellent question. Thank you very much. I think the gentleman just in front of the Santume and Principe table, if you could just use that microphone. You use the phone today, sir.
Good morning, all. My name is Olivier Pognon. I'm the director of the African Legal Support Facility. My question is for Mr. Adil Sefi. Morning, Adil. I hope you're well. Good to see you. My question relates to the data centers ecosystem and whether you think that ecosystem of data centers of the continent could position itself as off-takers of the electricity that is produced on the continent. As we know, sometimes the utilities on the continent have structural constraints that prevents them from being able to absorb the power that is produced. So my question is, to the extent data centers can position themselves as additional off-takers, probably that can improve the bankability of certain energy projects and be conducive for private investment, additional private investment in that sector. So I'd like your views on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Zimbabwe, please.
Hello, good morning. I would say thank you so much for the panel. And I will have to apologize. I'm actually an observer from Financial Sector Deepening Africa, where our focus is how to make money work for the African continent. And Kenya was very pioneering and leading at UNEA 7 and looking at leveraging AI for closing the environmental data gap. Presently, only about 11% of carbon credits generated are coming from the African continent. We are realizing about 2% of our carbon credit generation potential. A number of countries have not yet handed in their NBSAPs, which affects their national biodiversity strategy, national biodiversity financing and implementation plans. As we talk about youth and unemployment and the risk of AI taking over jobs, can we holistically and collectively look at leveraging and matching the data deficits we have with the youth of the continent, or also integrating our communities and leveraging citizen-led science so that we can close the data? Because the reality is, if you cannot measure something, you cannot monetize it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have another question? Burundi, please.
Thank you very much. Merci de m'accorder.
Thank you for giving me the floor in order for me to speak on behalf of Burundi. Throughout the session, we've come to speak about the importance of digitalization in order for us to develop our countries and develop Africa at large. And we can't reach out to achieving Agenda 2063 without digitalization being fully developed. Followed up discussions regarding various themes, including the challenge of digital fragmentation. So there is a quest by those countries to overcome challenges like these in order for us to reach out to the sustainable development and to the digital efficiency we need to reach out to. This is a question I'm addressing to the panelists as to the recommendations you may want to share with the ECA in order for all the concerns and recommendations that fora like this one are conducive to be translated into concrete realities? What are the recommendations to be materialized in order to help overcome this challenge of digital fragmentation? Are there any concrete endeavors, any funds to be injected and that ECA could make available in order to support the African countries that are in need of? Thank you very much. Ghana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, honorable ministers. This morning, I have listened to deliberations in respect of this topic, and I just wish to submit that Africa's digital future will be shaped not merely by access, but by control, capacity, and coordination. While our continent represents nearly 20% of the global population, it accounts for less than 1% of global data center capacity. This imbalance is structural, which means that although we generate vast amounts of data, we do not yet capture its full value or control the foundations of the digital economy. Your Excellencies, digital public infrastructure identifies systems, payment platforms, and data exchanges has become as essential as physical infrastructure in driving inclusion, service delivery, and economic participation. Although significant progress has been made with many countries establishing digital ID systems, nearly 500 million of Africans remain without formal identification. This challenge before us is therefore one of skill, interoperability, and inclusion. Ghana's approach reflects a deliberate effort to address these gaps. We are integrating digital identity, tax systems, and public financial management platforms to strengthen governance and enhance domestic revenue mobilization. At the same time, we are expanding connectivity, investing in digital skills. If I say digital skills, for instance, His Excellency has launched 1 million coders in the year 2025, and within a very short period, about 90,000 youth subscribed to this. That showed how much, how significant this coding system is for not only Ghana, but the whole of Africa. So Ghana is also supporting innovation to ensure that the benefits of digital transformation are widely shared. However, digital transformation without sovereignty will not deliver full economic value. Data is now a strategic asset, yet Africa's limited data infrastructure and reliance on external hosting expose us to reduced value capture, limited policy, control, and increased systemic risk. Bridging this gap requires not only infrastructure investment, but also coherent governance, regulatory harmonization, and strengthened regional cooperation. Your Excellencies, Africa must therefore be decisively Africa must therefore move decisively from digital access to digital sovereignty, from data generation to data ownership, and from fragmentation to integration. The future we seek will not be imported. It must be built by us. And for us, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam. And I think the last question is from Comoros. I'm very mindful of the time. So please proceed, but keep it quite short, please. Thank you very much. Or maybe, sir, feel free to move to one of the tables. Might be easier. Is it working? Okay.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I was asking for it for some time. I just wanted to share my experience and also ask my question to the panelists about a new approach. My country has a very large diaspora across the world. We have a mobilization strategy that was carried out for the sake of development. It's about human capital, and this is a matter we have discussed several times. There are lots of high-profile people of our country working in big businesses around the world. So my question to the panelists, is there any country who has an approach in order to anchor that human resources across the world? We are also making this experiment with incubators of new businesses in new technologies. These areas are an opportunity for young people because there's lots of financing going on, and this can be very helpful to the diaspora, and this can bring about financial resources and also having all these youth coming back to their countries and reconnecting with their birth country. So I'd like to know whether the ECA, I'm asking the question to the panelists, whether there is any experience to be shared when it comes to attracting the youth and their skills. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience and your questions.
Answers from our panelists. We've heard loads of things, how to increase harmonization, implementation, youth, make sure that no one loses out to AI jobs. We've heard about the diaspora, how do we involve them? If there are any successful examples, please share. And where do we start? Sudan had a very good question as well. Simply, where do we start? So I'll probably go to you, Mr. El Yousefi, just because you had one direct question. So maybe you can answer directly to that question, and then we'll go to the chair. Let's start with the chair then.
Thank you, moderator. I want to start because I may also be dropping some observations, comments, and proposals, which will be adequate for the panelists to react. I start by really saluting the high intensity, the very high quality of this discussion this morning. I am coming out of it with a lot of joy because we all identify the fact that we have a huge challenge, but we also identify the fact that from within, a lot is going on. I will say two or three things, and I will hope that the panel, if possible, should react to some of them. Most of what I'm going to say is towards formulating resolutions, recommendations at the end of this conversation. And I'll start by being inspired by this going together to go far. This is becoming like a driving force for Africans. When we meet, we always remember that. And in that direction, I look at technology as having a very high potential to fast-track regional integration. And I will hope that as we wrap up, we try to maybe give an assignment to the ECA and of course to the AU to take advantage of some of the good things that technology can bring to the discussion in terms of improving regional integration. We all agree that movement of people, movement of services, movement of commodities, movement of capital on the continent is a challenge. And without this happening, regional integration will only will fall short of its expectations. We also know that within the challenges of free movement on the continent, there are some little things which I can call low-hanging fruits that we can just pick them without having to go look for a ladder. And we have success stories on the continent. I'm talking about free roaming in the East African community, which today stands out as a wonderful success story. When I arrived in Morocco, the first thing I received on my phone, once I turned on my phone, is call back home to Cameroon, 2,500 francs CFA a minute. It reminds me automatically that, yes, you have this instrument in hand, but you can only use it at your own risk because the cost is exorbitant. Meanwhile, free movement is not only just carrying your body, it's carrying your body and everything that comes with it. And our cell phones have become so much part of us that we must consider the ease of communication as part of regional integration. And I say, we have a success story in the East African community, where you go around countries of that community with your phone at no extra cost. You use your phone as if you were at home, be it data, be it calls. This happens in Europe. The 27, 28 countries of the European Union, the citizens move around with their phones without any problem. What is the problem in Africa? Why can I not use my phone freely in the 54 countries of the continent, despite the fact that the experience of the East African community has proven that there is high potency in terms of profit for the telephone operators. And of course, the joy of the citizens having to stay connected far away from home. The next issue, which I'm really throwing this to the panel, is I take away this very key word, public, of course, joint with the infrastructure. And it brings me back to when this whole revolution started, we're hearing of the information superhighway. And it is as important. Information superhighway helps us go together and go far. There is no doubt about that. We also all understand that ring roads are definitely better than linear roads. Because if you are a cursed community, the road comes and ends in your community. Every community wants the road to pass and go to the next community. Because interconnectivity of communities is of the essence. The same story goes with energy systems. If you have energy systems within one country which are not interconnected, the loss in terms of energy optimization is unmeasurable. Now, when it comes to the continent, I know that there is an African road development master plan. What are the perspectives of developing a master plan for the African information superhighway, if at all that doesn't exist? Luckily, my closest neighbor is the minister in charge of communications. So long as these digital resources cannot interconnect the continent, then the potential for it to impact the development of the continent will only be so limited. So I'm dropping this to the panelists. What is the possibility? Or is it even still a possible reality? Do we still need an information superhighway, given where the level of development of the whole thing? You know, I'm sure that on this podium, probably my knowledge of the whole thing doesn't go beyond my phone and my laptop. But so I drop this ignorantly in the hope that we see what we can put in the recommendations and resolutions of this conversation. The last one is related to the management of the sovereignty element of data. You want to imagine that of the 54 countries in this continent, I believe very strongly that some of the state-owned enterprises of the telecom sector, which were among the very first state-owned companies to be created after independence. Some of them still have monopoly in managing the infrastructure. I believe that not all the corporations in the 54 countries have stepped up in terms of who does what. And here, the challenge, the stake, is the development of continent-wide policy. I heard, I think the very first lady who took the floor wanted to know how the continental level policy is developed in terms of promoting the use of these new technologies. So I'm dropping this to the panelists, adding my voice to the voice to the lady, that of course it is beautiful to share country experiences, to know where we are going as countries, but it is even much more prettier to see how we can move forward as a continent, because as a continent, the potential, the market gets bigger, the interest for investment gets more attractive, and what have you. Yes, I think I've spoken quite much, and one of the most beautiful things I took from this conversation was the idea of data embassies, which to me is an essential step in federating the potential that we have through these embassies, which, I mean, an embassy is an open place where everybody can go to. So, yeah, thank you so much, moderator, and dear panelists, once more, congratulations for the intensive, the high velocity of the conversation. Thank you so much. Merci, merci.
Maybe to come back to the question from Mr. Olivier around the take-up, if that's okay, also venture an answer to the question from the delegate of Sudan. So definitely, I mean, data centers run, or AI factories run on two fuel, so to speak. The first one is energy, and the second one is data, which for me is the basic of any AI deployment. So as the AI factories develop, as the data centers are set up, they first and foremost need reliable and affordable, cheap energy. So from that perspective, if the interventions that we've mentioned give an incentive to the public sector to drive these investment in data centers and AI factories, then it will also de-risk the investment in energy sector, because the energy sector is a significant input, but not only in terms of energy sector, but also in other sectors. We spoke about the necessity of having fiber networks built to connect communities, to not have the black zones, or the zone blanche en français, for mobile network connectivity. All of that ecosystem actually is driven, will be also driven by this intelligence, because the intelligence needs to be generated in the AI factory and then consumed by the consumers. And this is the second fuel of these AI factories is data, and data is where we should all start in the AI journey. To the question mentioned earlier, where do we start? We need to harness our data, clean our data, so that it can be digested by the AI algorithm. As the saying goes, garbage in, garbage out. So data has to be first generated through digitizing our economies, and then it needs to be cleaned, it needs to be labeled, so that it can be ingested by the AI algorithm and then produce intelligence.
Merci beaucoup. Allow me now, Your Excellency Gaolate, for your closing remarks, and also give you a chance to answer some of the questions that you've heard.
Well, thank you very much. Maybe let me go back to lessons as part of closing. I think on this journey that we have taken stock and we have realized some of the gaps that we are experiencing and we need to close. The first is that we haven't done enough to invest in the last mile and to create the right partnerships that would lead to investments in the last mile. That's the first. The second, we realize we haven't done quite enough in skills development. Third, we haven't done enough what you were talking about, making gadgets available. I mean, we talk now about having 98% coverage of 4G in Botswana, but only 43% actually using and utilizing that. So I'm going to use your metaphor that we only have 4 players in the field. So what now we are doing is doing everything to increase our players from 4, not to 11, but to 20. So one of the things that we are doing, the first lesson 1 is you can never overemphasize the need for strong legal and regulatory foundation. And we have moved very swiftly on that. The second is, of course, you know, in Africa there's a divide between technical, stroke vocational education versus academic. And in the past, just to give you an example, in Botswana sponsors all its university students, and we give them an allowance per month, every student in university, equivalent of about 200 US dollars. And we simultaneously, students that we sponsor to technical education schools, we offer them an allowance of about 30 US dollars. You see the divide. So we've quickly changed that, and now it's even. The next is we need to bridge the lapses in the education curriculum, and there are facilities available internationally, especially to low-income countries. The Global Partnership for Education, they have a facility to assist countries to develop their education system so that they are aligned with the need for digitalization. We've also realized the importance of shared infrastructure models. We have also realized the need to monetize, to actually monetize some of the, in the case of Botswana, the APIs that are developed, the services that are developed for government services, we are ensuring that they are self-funding, and in partnership with what is called the Innovation Hub in Botswana, we have actually allocated an equivalent of about 26 million US dollars only for young people who are involved in software development. And to your issue, CEO, the issue of measurability. Through the Botswana Economic Transformation Program, having identified the 6 strategic economic sectors, with digitization being one of them, we actually have specified measurements, measurables, some of which we report weekly to the president. We also have learned the importance of phased implementation. You actually have to be deliberate about phasing, and also the need for, you know, the right sequencing and co-investments to also emphasize skills skills development. Maybe to answer some of the questions, harmonization. It's important at all levels. In the case of Botswana, what we did, we brought all the ministries to work from one platform, the Botswana Economic Transformation Program platform, moving away from the tradition where individual ministries were making decisions and planning their own digitization plans. At the regional level, through the Southern African Customs Union, we have deliberate plans to harmonize our customs technologies. Also, there are now special programs, particularly for SMEs and pooled organizations, and having special programs outside the education system for rapid skills development. That is something that we are moving towards. Yes, there is a question around specialized and high-flying individuals around the world and whether we are tapping into their skills. In fact, we identified some of them. There was one, if I may mention, outstanding citizen in Botswana who has been living outside Botswana, who has become an authority in AI and is doing work for banks in Australia, and in fact has had the Singaporean sovereign fund invest in his company. So I personally looked for him and found him, and I have him now fully involved in our digitalization process. But we are also doing that at a higher scale. Maybe to wrap up, I think there are three pillars that I would want to share. The first is the importance of getting the right architecture for governance, designing systems before spending, prioritizing interoperability, eliminating duplication through enterprise architecture. The third pillar, I would say, importance for a sustainable revenue generation, ensure that we also have self-funding of technology development, or particularly government services, and ring fencing some of these revenues. The third pillar, I would say that it has to be demand led, ensuring that at all levels we have the physical capacity to sustain and do things on the basis of demonstrated demand. Maybe end with a point. You know, as we close, as I close, my takeaway from this discussion, at the end of the day, investment in technology must be more than just about infrastructure. It must become about a living thread, a golden thread woven deliberately through the fabric of our nation and our people. It must be about empowering our people. It must rise with our golden sunrises. It must rest in our quiet sunsets. It must move with the rhythm of our music. It must live in the richness of our food. It must find expression in our dance, in our stories, and in our boundless creativity. And from the vast stillness of the Kalahari to the life-giving waters of the Okavango, from the grace of the gray-headed heron birds and the egrets to the energy of our cities. Technology must connect, technology must uplift, technology must transform, it must create Value where none existed before. It must give rise to new industries. It must unlock innovation. It must ignite an entire generation of tech entrepreneurs. It must open corridors not only for fiber and data, but for trade. It must open up opportunity. It must bring about regional integration. That, distinguished colleagues, is the dividend we seek. Not technology for its own sake, but technology that works for our people, technology that is owned by our people, technology that tells the story, technology that builds the future. Asante sana. Thank you, merci. Shukra.
Merci beaucoup, Excellency. Let's now move over to you, Excellency Muchanga. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Since I see that Anne-Marie is struggling with the time, I'll try to be very precise to the point as to save time for the other speakers. I first want to start by recognizing and agreeing with one contribution that our Secretary General said, about the need to measure the impact of digital public infrastructure or digital transformation in terms of a contribution to the economy. If we can't measure it, we can't value it. So I'd say that it's very important that as we introduce technology, because we know that we are not introducing it for the sake of technology, we need to think in terms of how much is it bringing to the economy. I think this is very important. The second question that I want to address, the question that was raised by Sudan, as to the issue of AI as a technology that can take away some jobs and perhaps not contribute more. And then he asked, where do we start from? First, I think the most important thing is that you need to have an AI strategy for the country. And it's important to have that strategy because the issue of AI is very old. It has existed for more than 40 years now. But only now we have enough process, we have enough power to actually power it. So the models and technology, it has evolved to the extent that now we can put AI to the use of everyone in the continent. So it can't be ignored. It can be something that we'll say that if we don't implement it in our country, it won't take the jobs in the country. It will. So we need to understand it, we need to adapt to it, we need to take advantage of it. Because no matter what we do at national level, AI will always come, and it will indeed take away some of the jobs. We cannot ignore that. But AI has more other benefits that we cannot ignore it. The use of AI, say, in health, the use of AI in public service, the use of AI in automating many other functions in transport and logistics and many other areas. So we need AI. And it has advantage, it has ethical problems that we need to deal with, and we need to prepare ourselves to adapt to that. And I'd say that humanity has adapted to many changes in technology. AI is just one of them, and we'll be able to adapt. And I'm sure that 10, 15 years down the road, there will be new other things that we'll have to adapt to it. So we need AI. It has problems. It's not a panacea. It's not something that is just good, but we cannot ignore it. We need to learn it, use it, and take advantage of it. So that will be my message in relation to this. There's been an issue that has been raised about the need to harmonize policies. That's also extremely very well. If I look to the floor here, I see 54 flags. We are perhaps 54 nations with different cultures, histories, and backgrounds. But when it comes to digital, we need to become just one country. If I implement in Mozambique a mobile or digital ID system that enables me to make payments and do everything in the country, I need to be able to come to Morocco and use the same. And that will only happen if there's some sort of harmonization. In the same way as I can come to Morocco and use my bank card that is perhaps supported by Visa or MasterCard or somewhere there. So we need some similar arrangements to make sure that we can look to our continent and treat it as if it was one country. So we can be different countries, but in technology and in digital spheres, we can become one nation. And we need to work with that. We need to think of the big platforms that we need that will make our continent to be one unified continent in which I can roam around and be able to use the same service as I would use them if I was at home. So it's very important. If we don't do that, we'll remain an African Union with 54 not unified nations, at least technology-wise. This is what UNECA, African Union is trying to overcome by bringing us together here and see how can we work together to become one unified nation. I have only 4 key messages I want to leave, in regard to this theme. The first one is that we need to create a digital public infrastructure ecosystem where the government, we as government, we provide the trusted rates, and the private sector builds innovative services on top of them. This is one key message I want to leave, in particular, to the government leaders that are here, is that we need to create, a conducive environment so that the private sector can bring the innovation that's required for that. The second key message I want to leave is that Africa must move from being a consumer of digital infrastructure to a producer and a host of it. So I'm very happy to see, the likes of Cassava that are building, that capacity so that we can use the infrastructure that is actually hosted in our own continent so that we benefit more from it. The third takeaway is that digital sovereignty in the 21st century will not be defined by borders alone, but by who builds, owns, and governs the digital infrastructure on which our economy runs. So that will be the third one that we need to build it, own it, and because our economy will run on top of that. And last but not least, that we as Mozambique, we stand ready to work with African partners to ensure that this infrastructure is inclusive, trusted, and firmly anchored in our continent. And with that, I want to ask everyone who is here to say that Mozambique is in this journey of transformation, and those who have advanced services and technology that we would like to implement in Mozambique, we are very open to those solutions because we know that if we take advantage of what we have created already, we'll quickly leapfrog and be able to serve the citizens in Mozambique in the way that we think the state should serve its own citizens. With that, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. So I'm really mindful of the time. We don't want to stand too long between you and lunch, so we'll quickly go to the remaining panelists, and if you could please give your closing remarks in a succinct manner, that would be very much appreciated. Starting with you, Honorable Minister Chaya, please, very briefly. What are your closing remarks, please?
Thank you very much. Just to close, and appreciate this kind of a forum that has been very useful. I have 4 takeaways that I think as members of African Union have to take. One is, as countries, digital technology, governance, and institutionalization is very key. And for that case, we need commitment from the government, but also commitment from the private sector. That's where we can realize the impact of digital technology. The second key policy message that I want to deliver here is investing in digital technology is inevitable. And for these cases, countries, we need to pool resources, we need to diversify resources, but also we need to engage public-private partnership as key strategy for financing. The third key message that I want also to share with you today is what, as the chair said, about the cross-Africa agenda on digital technology. I think now it is the high time as AU to have a cross-Africa digital technology agenda so that then we can overcome some of the challenges that Honorable Chair has raised here. And the last takeaway that I will need also to deliver now is what the Executive Secretary has mentioned. We talk a lot about digital technology and the like, but now what will be the success story? How can we compare what has been done, what has not been done? For that case, measuring impact cannot be avoided, and for this case, we need to take into account issues like cross-sectional impact for digital technology, but also the longitudinal kind of study on regional technology. And once we do this, then we'll be in a position to know what are the gaps and what are the policy actions that we need to take as a country. Otherwise, thank you very much for this platform. Thank you very much.
And we thank you, Honorable Minister. And now to you, Ambassador, please.
We are Kenyans, we can manage that. Thank you very much. So I think, really quick, I think from the summary of questions and comments, I think the question I was asking myself is how do I align policy, capital, and execution so that Africa captures the value in this intelligent economy rather than imports it. So very quickly, one, I think, and a lot of recommendations to UNECA. One, I think, is we need to align AI, data, infrastructure, and financing strategies into a single economic framework. I think the problem is that we've always been looking at AI as a digital subject. It is not. It affects the entire society and definitely will be the driver. The intelligence will be the driver of economic growth in the future. So how do we frame it within economics? I think that has not been done. And I think we need to do that. Otherwise, to your point, you invest in this infrastructure. We've seen the white elephants we've had in the previous digital age because we do not necessarily frame it within the economic framework. Secondly, I think, yes, the continent has an AI strategy. Right? But it still remains a strategy. So I think the second part we need to do is how do we ensure that we translate that into action plans that actually can be translated in country. Otherwise, we're very good at doing these documents and papers. The third one, I think, in terms of the measurement, I think, Executive Secretary, I think for me and from my president's perspective, has always been the cost of inaction. Because yes, you can quantify what you see, but what if you do not act? So potentially, I think my recommendation to UNECA is how do we have a continental assessment of the economic cost of digital dependence? Countries like France have done it. For example, they're moving from, I don't want to mention the company, have saved about $2 million to $3 million of licensing costs because they've been dependent on that company. But so they've now plugged it back into the economy so that their innovators can build the same platform so that France now is actually liberating of that. So I think it will be interesting to see that dependence or what we call vendor lock-in of African countries on foreign technologies and how that can be plugged back into the economy. Where do you start? I always tell countries, start where you are. Not everybody can own everything. Not every country can have data centers. If you connect your communities, that's a good start. If you build talent pipelines, that's a good start. If you reform your curriculum, that's okay. It's a good start. So do not necessarily measure yourself with other countries in terms of where they are. It is not a race. This is the future. So how you begin to build your intelligence stack, you need to build it from where you are, not necessarily compare you with others, otherwise apples and oranges. Finally, and this is something that I talk to Magda a lot, we talk about data and sovereignty, yet we do not finance our national statistical offices. That is where we need to start. Fund your national statistical offices. They coordinate the national statistical system. If you do not fund those entities, then you're already outsourcing your data capabilities to consultancies, and we've seen that in many countries. Those are our own institutions. So how do we double down on that? Finally, and I mentioned that on procurement. We cannot talk about sovereignty when you do not procure locally. We can't. So how do we reform our procurement system so that we preferentially procure first locally, and then what you cannot do on our own, procure externally? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And now swiftly to Mrs. Wamola, please.
Thank you very much. And as I conclude, I pick up from where Ambassador has said, like, where do we start? All right, start from where you are. That was what the question from on the member states Sudan said. And as they always say, if you don't know where you are and you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there, but you don't know. So our humble contribution as the GSMA, in order to help member states start, is that we have the Digital Africa Index. It's not perfect, but it has been helped by data that we have as operators, as well as governments, the digital and ICT sector, to understand where we are. That's where we start. So we go there, we go online, it's an interactive tool. Every single year we update it when you do something. Because as we've said, we have strategies, a continental strategy. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. So if we start there, we start understanding. Do we have what it takes to implement? Do we go from small implementation and execution to mega execution? Because that's what moves the needle towards being a digital nation. So if we can go there, our humble ask is member states can help us understand. If you don't know where you are, we'll help you get there and we'll help you show you where to start and continue. Because when you use the analogy, as we said, of the football team, and the vice president here has said that in his country there are 4. Where are you in your country? Are you 1? Are you 3? Are you 5? And more importantly, even with those players that are there, and as you begin to add more players, what are they adding as a function? Because every player plays a different game. One is a striker, one is a forward. So is this one playing digital health? And where are they moving in terms of the measure? Are you trying to lower the amount of money that you're using in financing healthcare from X to Y by dropping the number of days that patients stay in hospitals, or how they're being delivered with healthcare? So each player plays a different role. Digital health, farm, from farm to fork. How can we do that? How can we do education? If we can arrange the players, understand that the entire government is part of the digitalization of the economy, then we can begin to play the game for Africa. And I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very, very much. I'm thinking that an idea would be to come up with jerseys. I'm part of the team. We should make that and take a nice picture. And finally, let's go back to Mr. El-Yousefi before wrapping up.
Thank you. I thought I was done as I gave up. No, thank you. Obviously, from representing the private sector and Cassava Technologies as the largest technology company in the continent, we stand ready and we need to mobilize really the resources of the private sector. We have several company champions within the continent that are willing and ready to invest capital and resources to drive digital information and to harness the opportunities that the AI age present for us. But again, the private sector will only invest if the investment case is there, because we have funders behind us that actually go into a great deal of scrutiny on our business plans before they can extend the funding resources to us. So as private sector, we stand ready, and the themes that I mentioned really around anchoring demand from government institutions so that the investment in digital technology is de-risked to start with, is driving the digitization of the economy to ensuring that government processes are digitized, driving a data strategy to ensure that data is generated, is labeled, is synthesized before it can be ingested by AI algorithms, and finally having a strategy around energy and around skills, as mentioned, need to operate and execute on this infrastructure will get us to really harness the opportunities and potential that AI has to transform the economies of our continent.
Thank you very much. So just very quickly, I have a couple of announcements before handing over to our chair. So the security have found some items yesterday in the plenary room. So if anyone has lost an item, please contact that security team. They are stationed at the plenary doors. And also, a delegate reports that they have lost a brown golden colored pen in the plenary yesterday. So if anyone has found it, please kindly hand it over to the security team. That would be very much appreciated. And with that, it is my pleasure to hand over to our chair.
Simply, Let's applaud this panel, please. Thank you, panel, for a job very, very well done. I invite you for a group photo for the books. Excellency ES, please join us. Excellency Executive Secretary, please join us. Distinguished delegates, let's now move to the last very technical item on our work program, which is agenda item number 5. I call it the last because thereafter, essentially, will be housekeeping. We'll be looking at the recommendations, resolutions, moving towards the closing of our conference. So what we have on the table is the launch of the Sustainable Health Finance Initiative, for which I invite the moderator to introduce this presenter. I withhold his name. I'll leave it to the moderator to do that. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Please have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's my pleasure now to first call Mr. Aboubakry Diaw, Chief of Staff, please, as well as our esteemed guests, Mr. Samuel Anim, as well as Mr. Makta Sek, Mrs. Ngone Diop as well, please, who will now take part in the upcoming segment. And may I also call Professor Karingi to join us on stage, please.
Good morning. Colleagues, can we have the presentation on the screen? Thank you. Thank you. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished colleagues, I want to begin not with a report, but with a question. 2 days ago in this room, something important happened. Ministers of finance sat across ministers of health. Institutional investors sat next to innovators. IMF, the World Bank, Afrexim Bank, the Global Fund, the Islamic Development Bank, Africa CDC, AMA, and all other partners in the same room, all working toward the same question. How do we finally and decisively change how Africa finances its health? That conversation produced commitments. It produced a declaration. It produced something that this continent has been waiting for. What I'm here to tell you is what happened, but also what we need to do with it from now. Let me show you where we stand. African governments finance less than 41% of their own health spending. The rest falls on households directly from their pockets or on donors whose priorities are shifting, as we have seen in the last discussions. Out-of-pocket payments are not just a health statistic. They are really one of the continent's largest poverty multiplier. More than 40 million displaced persons, our most valuable people, are excluded entirely from national health plans. They do not appear in the budgets. They do not appear in the targets. Only a handful of African countries will meet the Abuja Declaration commitment of 15% of national budget for health. That commitment was made in 2001, 25 years ago. And yet, every dollar invested, for instance, in health data systems returns $32 in economic benefits. And we have seen for ACAR, for instance, that it is way beyond that amount. The bill for underinvestment is already coming due. The question is whether we pay it now, strategically, or later in crisis. That day, the former Vice President Yemi Osibanjo of Nigeria made an argument. I want you to carry this argument with you. He said, health is not a cost center, it's a sovereign risk insurance. Think about what that means. When you invest in a port, you do not ask whether the port will generate a return. You invest because the economy cannot move without it. Health is the same. You cannot have a productive workforce, a stable democracy, or a growing economy on top of a failing health system. The evidence from COVID-19 is unambiguous. Countries that underinvested in health did not save money. They paid more, they borrowed more, and suffered deeper economic losses. Afrobarometer data tells us when citizens experience reliable health care, trust in government rises by 20 to 30 percentage points. The health system is not just a service, it's the state's most personal, most frequent test. As the UNDP Sahel data tells us something more sobering. Loss of trust in government is a key predictor of instability. Health absence is not just a service failure, it's a legitimacy crisis. Even if every single African government met its Abuja commitment today, every one of them, the continent would still face a financing gap of $60 billion per year. This cannot be solved by public expenditure alone, which is why the question is no longer whether Africa can afford to invest in health. The question is whether Africa can afford not to. The good news, and I want you to hear this clearly, is that capital exists. $150 to $200 trillion in institutional private capital, pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, insurance companies, foundations, 900 times larger than the combined balance sheet of all multilateral development banks on earth. The question is not whether the money exists. The question is whether Africa's health sector is structured to attract it. The answer is yes, if we make the right moves. Healthcare in Africa has guaranteed demand. Africa's population doubles by 2050. People consume healthcare regardless of economic cycles. This is one of the most predictable investment drivers on the planet. There is a massive structural supply gap in hospital beds, in doctor diagnostics, in pharmaceuticals, all far below the global averages. This is not really a saturated market. This is a built-out story comparable to telecoms in the early 2000s. Revenue models are strengthening. National health insurance schemes are expanding. Health tech platforms are improving payment collection. The cash flows are becoming more predictable. And through the African Continental Free Trade Area, we have something no generation before us had. A 2.2 billion person continental market. Africa currently imports 7 to 90% of its pharmaceuticals. That is a sovereignty crisis. The FCFTA, combined with pooled procurement, local manufacturing, can change that equation permanently. So the investment case is already made. What is missing is the governance architecture that makes health bankable. This is precisely what today's initiative is trying to deliver. This is ECA's response to everything you have just seen. The Transforming Health Financing in Africa initiative that we are launching in partnerships with Africa CDC and African partners and international, and the full range of the continental and global institutions is not a study. It is not a working group. It is not another 5-year plan that sits on the shelf. It is an operational platform built to move, built to deliver. It runs on 7 work streams, each of one corresponding directly to a known bottleneck in Africa's health financing architecture. Health policy implementation, where we want to embed health instrument investment inside national macroeconomic frameworks, not alongside them. Innovative financing tools like debt for health swaps, solidarity levies, diaspora bonds, or other instruments that exist and just need to be deployed and scaled up. Data and tracking systems, real-time expenditures accountability that makes health investment credible to finance ministers and to every investor in this room. Digital and frontier technology, in line with the team and in the discussion that we just heard from before this presentation, AI-powered dashboards, interoperable platforms, the infrastructure that really turns data into decisions. Capacity building. We go to the country. We sit with the teams. We help them sequence the reform, and we help them manage the transition. The AFCFTA scale-up, using regional integration as a financing multiplier, pooled procurement, local manufacturing, cross-border supply chains, health insurance portability. And the 7th work stream is the one in this room right now. Narrative change. Narrative change. Because nothing else works if ministers of finance still treat health as a cost rather than an investment. The governance is already in place. We have a high-level advisory group supported by a technical task force, a financing commitment register, and a live digital platform, all operational. Let me tell you what the forum produced 2 days ago. In session 1 on fiscal strategy and innovative financing, the IMF, the development banks, Afrexim banks, the World Bank, the Global Fund, and other partners, they did not come to listen. They came to signal institutional readiness. For the first time in a single room, this institution aligned around specific instruments and specific countries. The second thing, logic, was agreed. The fiscal credibility first, the instrument second, and scale third. The second matters. Instrument without fiscal foundations are promises without delivery. In the session 2, we demonstrated the initiative's digital platform live, not as a concept, not as a prototype, but as a working fiscal health simulator showing expenditure gaps, budget scenarios, and equity metrics for real countries in real time. That is not a dashboard. That is a governance tool. That is what makes health financing credible to investors, credible to parliaments, and credible to citizens. And in the session 3, we launched the Invest in Health Africa campaign and the Health Financing Narrative Charter formally, publicly, with ministerial endorsement and parliamentary commitment. Every session was designed as a workstream activation, not as a discussion about what might happen, a demonstration of what is already in motion. Across every session, 6 messages emerged with striking consistency. I want to read them to you because they did not come from ECA. They came from the room. First, the tools exist. DFI and MDBs are not waiting for new instruments to be invented. They are waiting for the political conditions to deploy the ones they have. They want to stop piloting. They want to start scaling. Second, countries want coordination. Ministers were direct. They are tired of receiving 10 different offers from 10 different institutions with 10 different reporting requirements. They want one aligned approach behind their own plan. Third, local manufacturing is non-negotiable for health sovereignty, but it must be coordinated. Duplication across continent would waste the very resources we are trying to mobilize. Fourth, the technology is ready. Partners are committed. Political will is the only missing variable. And fifth, institutional cooperation is not a preference. It is the structural precondition. Siloed action produces siloed results. And ECA, the African Union, the Africa CDC, WHO, the MDBs, we must move as one architecture, not parallel programs. And six, I want you to hear this very clearly. There is no time left for incremental consensus. We don't need consensus building. The measure of success is delivery, datable, assignable, and followed through. In the Ministerial Roundtable, the discussion produced three specific streams of agreement. Reform alignment is key. Financing discipline is key. And execution at scale is key. Some models, like the Rwanda, was cited repeatedly as the standalone to reach. One country-owned plan, all partners aligned behind it, not partners leading, partners following. That is the model, and the question now is which countries are willing to adopt it? I want to be very concrete with you about what is available right now. Debt for health swaps, bilateral creditors, debt redirected into ring-fenced domestic health investment, not new financing, but existing liabilities converted into sovereign health assets. Several creditors have already signaled openness. Solidarity levies, diaspora ESG-linked bond, domestic capital market instrument that tap the African diaspora savings and international ESG investors simultaneously. Blended finance vehicle, an Islamic finance product, sukuk structures, and takaful models specifically designed for markets where conventional instruments cannot reach. But this matters enormously. None of these instruments work without fiscal credibility at the foundation. The second thing is not optional. Fiscal embedding first, spending efficiency second, innovative instrument third, scale and sustain fourth. You cannot build a skyscraper on stand. These instruments are the skyscraper. The fiscal foundation is the ground beneath it. That day, something formal happened. The Tangier Declaration on Sustainable Health Financing in Africa was adopted. And with it, the Transforming Health Financing Africa initiative was formally launched, convened by ECA in partnership with African partners and international institutions, and endorsed by African and global institutions gathered here today. One, mobilize and sustain political and technical leadership for the Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. Two, we must enhance domestic resource mobilization, country-led, country-owned. Three, we strengthen cross-ministry planning between health, finance, and development. Four, we champion the paradigm shift from health as a social cost to health as an economic investment. Five, we build health system resilient to current and future shocks. Six, we promote AFCFTA, a regional integration as a health financing multiplier. Seven, we reaffirm the collective continental ownership of this transformation agenda. And eight, we call on ECA, WHO, African Union Commission, Africa CDC, AMA, AFCFTA Secretariat, the multilateral development banks, and all the partners to provide sustained and coordinated support. This declaration does not belong to ECA. It belongs to Africa, and its value will be determined entirely by what happens after we leave this room. So, what happens next? I will tell you exactly. In the next 30 days, ECA will consolidate the outcomes of this forum into a structured implementation package, reform tracks, country signals, institutional roles, and next steps, all documented and distributed. The financing commitment register goes live and as a public accountability mechanism. And the 30-day bilateral follow-up calendar is already being activated for early adopters. 30 days, not 6 months, not a working group, not a panel, 30 days of action. In the next 6 to 90-day window, the early adopter coalition is formalized. 3 to 5 countries, each with a concrete 90-day deliverable that ECA and partners will support. The technical task force is fully operational. Country entry points are defined and sequenced. And within 12 to 24 months, country instrument pipelines move from expression of interest to transaction-ready structures. The digital governance platform is deployed in pilot countries, and the Invest in Health Africa narrative campaign has shifted the budget conversation in at least 5 countries. The clock starts this morning, and its first test, the first 30 days, is already running. I'm almost done, but before I finish, I need to make 3 asks, not of institutions, not of partners, but of you, as ministers, as decision makers, as the people in this continent who have the power to make this real. First, designate your country as an early adopter. I'm not asking you to solve the health financing this morning. I'm asking you to commit to one concrete 90-day deliverable, a reform track, an instrument scoping exercise, a bilateral follow-up meeting, one thing that ECA and our partners will accompany you on with structured technical support and full institutional backing. One decision, 90 days, and you will have made history. Second, mandate joint finance and health planning. Direct your teams in ministries of finance and health to produce a joint compact, embedding health investment inside your national macroeconomic frameworks, not alongside it, inside it. The single structural step is the precondition for every else we have discussed today. If your finance ministry and your health ministry are not in the same planning room, the instrument we have described today will not work, full stop. Third, and this is perhaps the most immediate ask for all, when you take the floor today, reflect the Tangier Declaration in your statement. Reference the initiative. Name your country's commitment. Frame health as a macroeconomic investment, not as a social expenditure. Do it publicly, on the record, if the adopted text of this conference. A ministerial statement is a public record. What you say from this floor signals who leads, and the continent needs leaders to step forward today. Excellencies, the tools are ready. The architecture is built. The partners are present. The declaration has been adopted. The only variable left is the political will, and that is your power. I thank you.
Madam Moderator, are you supposed to be away from this? Am I on my own? You know, I've kind of learned how to lean on you. Anyway, we've all listened to this, the presentation of this very important report, which relates to the financing of health on the continent. The ministers of finance, ministers of finance and the health experts spent one full day to come up with this position. And it is time to hear from the ladies and gentlemen who surround me on the podium. And thereafter, maybe we'll take one or two comments before we proceed to the next item on our agenda. Thank you so much. So the format is not exactly like for the previous panel discussions. The format is you listen to the report, and the floor is open for your contributions, your comments, and the ladies and gentlemen who are accompanying me here will bring clarifications as the case may be, following your interventions, your contributions, your questions, your remarks, your observations. The list could be long. I'll leave it to you. The floor is open, please. The Gambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We thank the presenter for giving us that insight into what was discussed a few days ago. My name is Dr. Ahmadou Lamin Samate. I'm the Minister of Health of the Gambia. So you can imagine why I'm very, very much interested in what was presented just a few minutes ago. The realization that there cannot be any meaningful development without a healthy population is coming to the fore. We are happy that the ministers of finance and the financial institutions and governments across the globe have really come to terms with that assertion. Certainly, we cannot build roads, we cannot do farming, we cannot build skyscrapers if the people who are going to do those are not healthy. We had seen that during the COVID-19 pandemic here, when everything came to a stall. People were thinking of living, surviving, not even thinking of driving beautiful cars or having other leisure activities. Before then, the continent had seen the devastating impact of the HIV/AIDS pandemic, when villages were devastated, agriculture came to a standstill because the young people who needed to do work on the farms were affected in various ways. So certainly it is very important for us to have a healthy population. Now the economists have also spoken that for every dollar spent on the health sector, we have a return of $32. So this is critical. However, it takes us quite a lot of time to be able to convince the finance team. In the case of the Gambia, the finance minister is not here, but I'm happy that the governor of the central bank is sitting right next to me and his entire team. So I was elated when you were actually giving those figures. And I say, so the arguments we had back at home, now other experts are speaking about it. I remember a few years ago when I became Minister of Health and went around the health facilities, what we saw was really disheartening. Then I went back to the President. I said, Mr. President, this task is enormous. I think what you need to do, please stop spending in every other field. Let's focus on the health sector. When we finish with that, then you can think of others. Of course, leaders are wise. He looked at me and smiled. He said, Doctor, but when we build new health centers and buy equipment, we'll have to build roads so your ambulances can drive on those roads, can ride on those roads. Your health facilities will need electricity and water for your equipment to work. So he was indirectly trying to tell me that you cannot ignore any sector of the economy. They are all important. And I totally agree with him. Of course, having clean drinking water has a direct impact on health. Having good roads reduces the referral time to health facilities. So the pregnant woman who has obstructed labor will get to the health facility in good time to get a cesarean section done. So I think the improvements in the health sector are supposed to be a reflection on the entire socio-economic development of a country. But nonetheless, I think we need to deal with the issues of the health sector heads-on. Domestic financing is very critical. Yes, even though I disagree when some of my colleagues say it is the solution. I think it is part of the solution, but not the solution. Because why don't we have beautiful roads everywhere in Africa? Electricity, potable water. I shouldn't be saying this, but I'm sure the ministries of finance will tell us because the resource envelopes are small, which, to be honest, is true. So therefore, domestic resource mobilization is part of the solution, but we still will need the support of the traditional partners, and I'm happy that you had a very good engagement with them 2 days ago. The debt swaps, I think that is very critical. We pay a whole lot in Africa for debt servicing. If that went to deal with NCDs, if that went directly to the health sector, I think that will be very, very helpful. Now, when we increase domestic resource mobilization, I think that is important. However, in Africa, we are not in control of a lot of other variables. The manufacturing entities, the drug manufacturing, equipment manufacturing, if we even increase our health expenditure by 10%, and now the CT scanners we are going to procure from outside that we do not control, the medicines that we are going to buy from outside that we do not control, they increase their prices by 20 percentage points. So you see, that means we keep on chasing what we will never reach. So that is very important. It's very important to have domestic manufacturing. Of course, it's a long way before we're able to manufacture CT scanners by ourselves entirely, but I think we can come together and put up strategies that enhance pool procurement. The Africa CDC, the ECA, we should be able to help us so that we have strong negotiating voices, so that the CT scanner costs what it should cost, not what manufacturers want to make it cost, so that the stakeholders, so that we'll have a lot more profit. So the profit margins need to be looked at. Otherwise, if profit margins of manufactured items keep on going up, before we reach that level as Africans, will be a long way. Now, PPPs are very important, and I think that probably will help us with regards to our equipment challenges. Because too often than not, we take our meager resources, buy a piece of equipment, $4 million, $5 million, they come after 1 or 2 years, they break down, or sometimes they tell us we stop manufacturing this, we can no longer get it, we have to look for funds to buy more and more. So if we have strong PPP arrangements, probably that can help us. Now, of course, Mr. Chair, I think it's also very important that we also look inwards. Prioritization. Too often than not, when we look at our work plans in many of our ministries also, we realize that still now, even though the resources are limited, a lot of Africans, we want to spend a lot of time on workshops, monitoring, evaluation, assessment workshops, monitoring workshops, and so on and so forth, neglecting the actual impact to patient care, neglecting the community health services. So I think inside even the health sector also we need to refocus so that we reprioritize, putting a lot of emphasis on primary health care, which is preventive, and also community health services. I think that is very critical. And also taking the leadership. I'm happy that the colleagues had mentioned countries taking leadership, because we know our problems. We don't have the resources to deal with all of them, but we know what our priorities are, not really what the donors put forward in some cases. And I'm happy that quite a lot of donor agencies are now listening to us and say we want, Gavi is one of those, and some other partners that we want to put countries first. So I'll take a break for now, but I think this is a very, very good thing. And we want, I'll discuss with my team here and other colleagues so that Gambia is delegated as one of the countries as an early adopter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That was very insightful. I'm looking to see Tanzania, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Your Excellencies, the launch of this Sustainable Health Financing Initiative comes at a time when all of us are under increasing fiscal pressure. Resources are very tightening, external support is becoming shrinking and less predictable, yet the demands on our health systems continue to grow. Tanzania is also facing the same fiscal challenges, particularly on the need to address non-communicable diseases, HIV, but also drug shortages. In this context, we must be honest with ourselves. Africa does not lack initiatives. In fact, we have built strong institutions and frameworks under the African Union, Africa CDC, AUDA, NEBAT, and others. Our countries are engaged fully, already reporting, and already committing resources to these structures. Now, why are we not excelling? What we face today is not a gap in ideas as Africans, but a risk of effort fragmentation. And for that case, and out of this platform, we must get rid of it. As ministers, we see this clearly. Multiple initiatives with similar objectives, competing for attention, stretching limited capacity, and increasing transaction cost. This is not sustainable, Mr. Chair, especially at a time when every shillings, every franc, every dollar must count, particularly to improve health systems. So for that case, financing discipline is very key. Therefore, as we move forward with this initiative, our focus should be simple and very disciplined. Let us use what we already have, but innovatively. Let us strengthen existing systems rather than create parallel systems. Let us coordinate better across our continental institutions. And let us pool our efforts and resources so that limited resources deliver maximum health impact. If we do this, we will not only improve efficiency, but also build a stronger, more resilient health systems that truly financed by Africa for Africa. For this case, Tanzania stands ready to work with all of you in this advancing health for all. As Tanzania, we commit to put all our efforts and time to the sustainable health financing initiatives, and we move forward to ensure our people are healthy and engaged in production. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, dear Minister. Thank you. Am I able to scan the room to be sure that no request for speaking goes unnoticed? Please, if you want to take the floor, just take your name tag up. Yes, Mozambique. Honorable Minister, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to contribute to one important issue related, to the health. And first, to concur with the presenters that investing in health is very important for every nation, and we need to allocate enough resources for that area. And I want to say that in the case of Mozambique, we are embarking on the journey that we call as digital health. And what we intend to do in that area is to use digital systems to improve the quality of service that the health centers provide to the citizens. In particular, we aim to connect all health systems and create databases that have information about the patients to enable a doctor, when visited by a patient, to find information about his previous visit, to have information about prescriptions or exams that he may have done in the past, because that will help the doctor to provide, the good quality of care, to the patient. But also it would enable, the health system to answer questions like how many people with cholera visited the hospital in the last 2 weeks, or how many patients they suffer from chronic diseases that visited a health center. Those kind of questions, they are difficult to answer if you don't have a network that connects all the information, so that we can really have data that allows you to do a good planning and management of the health network. So it's important that all of us, we move in direction which we digitize the information systems for health, but also to use technology to provide a good care. So the use of telemedicine is also one in which we will be embarking in the near future. So my contribution to the floor here is that we need to look to the health as one important social sector and devote to it as much resources as possible, because I agree with what has been said, that every investment in the health, not only it's going to save life, but it also protect, the people, that they are really the most important resources that the country can have, but also to ensure that we can reduce the cost, because if we have these kind of systems, we can track, the medicines, we can make sure that a lot of medicine don't end up in the drawers of the people at home while they are necessary, for new customers, because the doctors can keep prescribing something that has been prescribed to the same patient in the last visit that is done to the doctor. If he doesn't have information about what has been prescribed, what is available in the pharmacies, and what is available in the facilities where the medication is stored. So the need of use of digital systems, to provide assistance, to the health sector, it's very important. So that's the contribution I would like to say, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. While looking for and wondering if there is someone else requesting the floor, let me share some little experiences of my own. When I was a much younger officer in the Cameroon administration, serving as budget officer, one of the key questions that always came up amongst us technicians was the frontier between recurrent expenses and capital expenses. And where that frontier seemed most difficult to define was in the financing of health. as technicians, we always ask ourselves the question, can we say vaccination is a capital expenditure or a recurrent expenditure? We all understand. I see the Minister of Health for Gambia paying attention. We don't understand that when you vaccinate an infant, that vaccine guarantees a lifetime for that infant. And the overall understanding of capital expenditure is the long-term effects of that expenditure. One of the things that came up most often in this whole initiative is the plea that health should be considered as an investment and not as an expenditure. Sadia, am I right? That's one of the things that came up most recurrently. So this is one element which I think is important that the Minister of Finance may want to consider, where the large health investments, especially some of the least evident ones. A vaccine in a little baby sustains that little baby for a lifetime, just like building a clinic, building a hospital saves lives for a long time. Where do we classify vaccines? Are they recurrent or capital expenses? This is one element which I thought I should drop into this conversation. The next one is the question of capacity when it comes to allocating resources. Two of the most visible ministries in our country settings are the Minister of Health and the Minister of Education. So long as there isn't sufficient cohesion, looking in the same direction amongst the different government departments, the question of understanding shared values in terms of public policy remains very, very vital. Let me explain. When the Minister of Education makes a strong case to have more resources allocated to him, because education is important, because education is the future, and so on and so forth, he may as well just be losing sight of the fact that if he gets more resources to the detriment of the Minister of, or the Ministry of Health, the chances are he may not even have the children, the young peoples or students to train. Because if there aren't sufficient resources to fund the vaccination programs, those children may never live above 5 to be able to go to school. My last thing, which is very related to the financing challenge which we have, is that I particularly believe that health, which is very much a big part of the social sectors of government, has inbuilt profit-generating margins, which can attract the private investors. And I think within the countries, within our countries, if we look well, Minister of Health, Minister of Finance, Minister of Economy working together, it is possible to identify those areas in the health sector which are and could be very attractive to the private investors. I take the example in Cameroon, what we observe in Cameroon nowadays. On virtually every corner of the street in the big cities, you find a private school. But why is it so difficult to find private individuals investing in health in the same way? What is the problem? I think this is one of the questions we have to try to answer. What is the problem? Why is it not as attractive for private individuals, even those who have no idea of what it takes to run a health unit, for the sake of the fact that he's looking for profit? Why can the health sector not attract private investors? I think we can now open the conversation to the ladies and gentlemen who are with me on the panel. Except someone else is asking the floor. But meanwhile, you could as well ask the floor when you want. But gentlemen, the floor is open to you. You choose the order you want. Maybe I start with Mr. Karingi on my right.
Yeah, no, Chair, thank you. Actually, I was not intending to take the floor myself. I've had the ministers, there are colleagues here who have not had the opportunity to address some of the issues they may have in mind because I've spoken a lot. So maybe I leave it to Marta and some things.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, good morning. I just want to underscore the two dimensions of commitment that my colleague Abu has put to the fore. One is the financing side and changing the narrative of health from a social perspective to an investment angle. And the second one, which is my area of focus, is issues around data and statistics. Chair, the point that I want to underscore is we are having this conversation at a time that there is defunding of data collection for health, especially from the USAID point of view, where conversations on the demographic and health survey, which a number of the member states rely on, and the multiple indicator cluster survey are ongoing. What is concerning here is the issue of ownership of health statistics on the continent. My colleague Abu highlighted the issue of financing gap, but I just want to touch a bit more on some of these statistics. If you look at data from the World Health Organization from 2023, with the exception of just 3 countries, specifically Cabo Verde, Seychelles, and Tunisia, all the other 51 member states are not meeting the per capita health expenditure data. My first question is, to what extent do we associate with this data, and what efforts are we putting in place to ensure that we meet that target? My colleague also mentioned the Abuja Declaration, and he was emphatic that this is something that 25 years ago we committed to as a continent, and as of 2023, it was only South Africa that was meeting that target of the Abuja Declaration. And if you go on and on with the other dimensions of out-of-pocket and 5% GDP, we have the numbers of just 4 countries and 13 countries, respectively. So clearly the question is, to what extent do we own the data on health statistics as a continent, both from a financing point of view and also as efforts to ensure that we bridge these gaps? This brings to us the question on how do we fill the gap with the defunding that we're seeing from a USAID point of view? And the colleague from Mozambique, I commend you for the point that you made, in the sense that this is about time we look out for alternative platforms for bridging these data gaps. One thing that we are setting off from the ECA point of view is the resourcefulness of administrative data, and we are very much in the know that all countries have data from facilities, all countries have data on patients from hospital records. So the question is, how do we ensure that we bring these data sets together? And that is what we mean by not a dashboard, but a portal, but a governance tool, which just doesn't look at the amount of monies that we are investing in health, but looks at the entire theory of change of health in terms of what we are investing in health. So as you are saying, it gives us a sense of the returns that we're going to get depending on the dimension of health that you invest in. And that would be a trigger for the private sector to say that, let's think about the primary health care, let's think about the secondary health care, or let's think about the manufacturing side of things. So at ECA, our goal in this project is to have an end-to-end portal as a governance tool, which looks at not just health financing, but the outputs, the outcomes, and more importantly, the macro imperatives, as we've highlighted, from the productivity side and its contribution to GDP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just want first and foremost to say thank you to Abu for a very comprehensive presentation. I wanted to build on our Honorable Minister of Finance of Gambia to bring in the national perspective and how we can actually move from commitment to concrete action. And Gambia is a very good example with other countries. Look, the premium, I would say, takeaway from the financing health forum or symposium or whatever we call it, the first in its kind, if I may say, at ECA, is the following. Investing in health is the right investment to make, but also it's possible to make such investment. And there are different kinds of strategy to actually leapfrog and move the pathway toward building the whole financing issue into our macroeconomic architecture right now, and we're doing it. ECA has not only defined and trying to define the narrative with AU, African Development Bank, and so on. More importantly, we're moving from defining the narrative to addressing it in a very concrete way. And in West Africa, ECA is doing it how? Actually, it's engaging our Minister of Finance, Excellency, you're right. Unless the Minister of Finance buy in and we get that in social development, focusing on health and education. So now, concretely, what does it mean? It means, based on the analysis, based on the political engagement and so on and so forth, come up with a whole platform where creditors and the three countries we've selected are the Gambia, Senegal, and Ghana, can come together and discuss in a very empowering way. I mean, it's very empowering for a country to say, well, we agree to translate X amount of dollar or euro that you owe us into a national, let's say, fund for health or education. It has happened already. We've done it very successfully 2 years ago for Capo Verde. And why it is very important? It is very important for two things. Number one is empowering member states, our countries, they sit at the table and they lead. They lead the whole process. We are behind as ECA to provide them with what it takes to actually engage in a very analytical way and make the right choices. Policy choices are very important. They cannot do it alone. And they have to bring the whole, like finance. I'm sure the Minister of Finance will, reach out to you and other Ministers of Education very, very soon and have the whole of a society, but the whole of a government approach. And the other creditors are waiting there. They don't see the data. The data are the data you provide us. But then we are there to analyze it with you leading. Your director of budget in all those countries are actually at the decision making, nominated by Minister of Finance and also responding to the Minister of Finance. And what does it mean concretely? What does it mean from all that process? There are others who are coming, IMF, World Bank, and so on and so forth, who say, well, we do agree that when the government leads this, we'll be able to have X, Y, Z, and we have the KPI well defined by government. I mean, the whole process is not only empowering, it's forward-looking, because not only is built into the macroeconomic framework, but also it addresses the other part of the economic and the investment, which is the social dimension. Link it with the whole agenda for human capital. It really brings to the fore what actually government does, what government does in a very specific way by making the right policy choices, by implementing it, and it fit into its overall agenda. So how right now we're moving forward toward that, led by Minister of Finance, who designated their high-level policy advisor, director of cabinet, but also director of budget, to actually deep dive into that, deconstruct the whole thing in a very integrated manner, and connecting the dot between the financing, education, health, and also climate sometime. And last but not least, it's very important because by doing so, we're tackling twofold challenges, defining challenges in West Africa, in Africa. Number one, I will not repeat, since 2021, when we look at the data, only out of many countries, only one, none of them in West Africa has actually literally met the 15 pledge, golden pledge they did in 2021. But it's an opportunity, because if you provide them with the data and show them the economic return of that, they will start now connecting the dot, is seeing the positive externalities in financing, in health, education, and the other sector of the economy, as you rightly say, Mr. Minister. But the other thing is, we also bringing the whole debt burden. We know it's now more than 70% GDP in some country. In another country, it's even over that, bringing the whole political issue as well. And honestly, it's quite a big burden. But we're saying that the big burden is also a kind of opportunity for us to come up as countries with innovative, forward-looking, but transformative approach to addressing debt in a way that can actually link to the whole overall agenda, your agenda, and in fine, it will bring some kind of change which you can measure, because the KPI are actually defined by government. So not only is empowering, it does have result in impactful, more importantly, and this is really, really something I think I would like to insist once more. The kind of innovative thinking and conversation that went into it is critical, because Minister of Finance were able to just sit and put the integrity up and say, well, like the conversation you were just alluded, I was just like mine. This is wonderful, because this is the conversation that ministers are having across the board. And I'm trying to say, in my agenda, PND, National Development Plan, or Vision, and so on, we had this. And we owe it, we have to respond to it. I don't want to name different countries, but we work with them on different angles. So how do you connect the dot to actually show them this is the right thing to do? Let's see. What is the elasticity, the budget elasticity in the end? What does it mean for your demographic dividend? What does it mean for your agricultural, transformation, and so on and so forth? And I can tell you, our ministers are like, this is what we need. Not only that, behind the scene, there are other development partners who are knocking the door to actually be part and parcel of, the change that will happen. And yes, what we are looking at, ministers, is change. Change that actually is led, defined by our ministers, and you're doing it well. Change we can measure. Change that can be impactful change, because we can have it not only on the finance or economic growth, but the content of the economic growth. What does it mean for one woman or young entrepreneur, far away from the capital? What does it mean for the agricultural sector, those who actually drive our economy and our food security? What does it mean for climate change? For example, Capo Verde, when we did it in 2024, 164 million euro were translated into a climate fund for Capo Verde, attracting more fund, but also attracting entrepreneurs who are like very ready to invest in the blue economy. But we don't stop there. We will continue. So the whole connecting the dot, because it's the ecosystem of development, by not only showing them, but by doing. And it's all what Abu has defined today as ECA, UNFPA, not UNFPA, AU, and UNDP-led program to respond to what you have defined as the challenges. And I just want to say, the last key message is to say, challenges are there, and there is a defined imperative. But in any challenges, we do have a way to turning the challenges into opportunities, and we are extremely confident that we get results and we get change by doing so. You have already laid the ground. We are behind you to provide what it takes to actually move forward and turning this very comprehensive and agenda into concrete action. Not only action, not only result, impactful, transformative result. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will focus only on the role of technology in financing the health sector. I think the Honorable Minister of Mozambique already highlighted some key issues, but we have several examples across the continent. First, how this technology can help to reduce or help in the financing sector. First, to reduce the reliance of the on out-pocket payment. We have a lot of improvement in the health sector, Thanks to mobile money payment, M-Pesa in Kenya, we can provide several examples on that. Second, very importantly happening in several countries, it is how to enable this digital insurance. We have a new fintech application across the continent. Several applications in Egypt, South Africa to provide loan for medical health care. As I said, also, it is how to use this digital technology, this AI, to improve efficiency. The use of drone, like Zipline in Rwanda, Kenya, and other countries. What ECA does, on AI diagnostic and AI and health efficiency, we can highlight what we do now in Guinea to help to put in place a health information system, also a system based on AI tools to help the nurse to identify the diagnostic. It is one project we replicated from Rwanda, and the next phase will be in Gambia. We are happy to have the Minister of Finance of Gambia, and the next step for this project will be in Gambia. Second, also on the financing. You remember during the COVID period, ECA has developed a medical supply, health medical supply platform. And this platform was key to overcome the COVID issue in the continent. Thousands of African people benefit of this platform. Why? The rise of COVID was not very high in the continent. We can give example on several countries using this platform. There are too many. The vaccine in the continent also passed through this platform, and also medical device across the continent passed through this platform. Also in the financing, I've already told you about this digital twins. It is a tool for Minister of Finance, Minister of Health, donor, also international organization, to have to monitor the expenditure in the finance sector and how government, finance minister, and others can monitor also at a national level how they can improve the coverage on health sector, how we can reduce the out-pocket money from the citizen, how we can reduce our dependence on the donor, how we can increase our resilience on the health sector. It is a very easy tool so you can use. I made the presentation, I think, 2 weeks ago, and any country can use it because the tools work around 14 parameters, very easy, and you have all the data at your country level. But we have some challenge also. Is technology play an important in the financing sector, in the financing the health sector? But we need to overcome 3 big challenges. First, we have to know connectivity is a foundation of the digital health. We can't use technology in the health sector without having this connectivity. Why the role of Minister of Finance is very important in collaboration with the Minister of ICT and the private sector to develop or to expand this infrastructure across their country. Second, it is we have to know connectivity and technology are not enough. We need to have a good quality of service. It is where the regulation comes. The regulation at the financial level also, and also in the health sector is very important. Third, digital skills is important. We have a deficit on health, in the health sector on digital. We need to build these digital skills for our health sector to make sure we can get benefits from the technology for the health sector. It is just a summary. ECA is doing a lot of work on this area, And we don't have enough time. I think I can leave the floor to the chair.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Martha. Can I come back to Mr. Ndiao? Do you have any statement before I wind down on this?
Yeah, just one small comment. Reacting to what you have mentioned, Chair, on the vaccine and immunization. You know, vaccine is one of the most documented analysis when it comes to return. We have a lot of research from the Johns Hopkins, from Africa CDC, US CDC, and also WHO, showing that the return on vaccine is 16 to 1. For routine immunization programs, for instance. So when you account for just the direct health alone, but when you include the broader economic productivity gains, like lives not lost, work days not missed, reduced catastrophic household spending, the return rises to 44 to 1. So I think to put that in context, for instance, infrastructure is, for instance, the roads typically returns in between 5 and 7. And vaccines outperform roads by a factor of roughly 6 with shorter payback horizons. So the investment framing changes the fiscal logic in 3 concrete ways. First, it justifies a multi-year budget commitment rather than annual appropriation, which is how you build supply chain predictability and negotiate better procurement prices, for instance. This is the case for ministers of health to ministers of finance. Second, it opens the door for capital market financing, because if you can model the productivity return on a national immunization program, for instance, you can structure a health bond against that return stream. And I see several countries are already starting directly exploring this opportunity. And thirdly, it changes how finance ministries engage with ministers of health, because an expenditure line is a cost to be minimized from the Minister of Finance perspective, and an investment line is a return to be optimized. I think this is completely a different conversation. This is where I think we can help in preparing also the communication tools that must support this change of narrative when talking to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Karingi. Do you have any?
Yeah, Chair, you told me I can't sit here and not say something. I was just going to thank the member states. I had Tanzania, I listened carefully to the Gambia, and also to Mozambique. What I had is your endorsement of this idea, and also giving very good guidance that can we build it on the systems that are currently in place. And I think the platform of the Sustainable Health Financing Initiative, that's exactly what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to be a platform that aggregates everyone and not a new initiative. And that's why, as one of the slides was showing, that in the high-level advisory group, actually everybody is there, just to ensure that the focus that you'll be giving as we go to the Gambia or to Mozambique or to your country, Tanzania, we don't come there and introduce something new when someone who is already in our advisory group is already having an initiative that we can actually be more synergistic to build on. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's a question of endorsing this initiative by the Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The Ministers of Health definitely have participated and endorsed it as a continent-wide initiative. And I think it is worth thanking the Minister of Health for the Gambia for the very strong and powerful statement that helped us optimize our understanding of the initiative. I appreciate the statement from the minister from Mozambique, and of course, I think the governor of the Central Bank of Tanzania. I want to do it the other way. Is there any Minister of Finance or Minister of the Economy or Planning who is against this initiative? I don't think so. Yes. The beauty of bringing it to us is for us to accompany our colleagues of health through our multi-sector approaches or our cross-cutting competencies in government to ensure the implementation of the initiative. So I want to imagine that no Minister of Finance, no Minister of Economy, no Minister of Planning will be against this initiative, which adds value to the process of regional integration on the continent. Can I have an applause to indicate that I thank you so much. I thank you so much. I thank you so much. Gentlemen, thank you for your contributions. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Photo? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. You steered this one very, very well. So we are going to have this conference now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, we'll be breaking now for a 15 minutes coffee break. I just have a couple of announcements. One regarding another lost item. An ECA staff member has unfortunately lost his laissez-passer, his laissez-passer somewhere in this hall. So please, if you do find it, hand it over to our security officers just outside this room. Also, to all our members of the media, please note that a press conference will start very shortly in the Tingis room. And the briefing will be attended by our chair and the executive secretary, and will be moderated by Mercy Wangui, our chief of communication. So please do note that the press conference will take place in the Tingis room. To everyone else, please do enjoy coffee as well as the knowledge fair, which is round about the same area, and I really encourage you as you stretch your legs to go and have a look. It's actually very interesting, and you can interact with the various teams. So we'll meet here, we'll reconvene in 15 minutes, and we'll swiftly proceed when we come back to point 6 of the agenda. Enjoy the break.
سي check sound CI1. CI.
boleh lukisan boleh sini.
فينا وادك
C'est quels sont et c'est c'est
كده بس
Across the world, the shipping industry is playing a major role in the global economy while undergoing deep transformations. Africa's shipping industry is also growing and increasing its contribution to trade both within the continent and with the rest of the world. Africa's ports. Across the world, the shipping industry is playing a major role in the global economy while undergoing deep transformations. Africa's shipping industry is also growing and increasing its contribution to trade both within the continent and with the rest of the world. Africa's ports are the primary channels for importing raw materials and exporting finished goods. They are essential for industrial development and facilitating trade.
I think ports are particularly important because they are critical to promote intra-African trade. Most people don't know is that intra-African trade already today, more than 20% is happening through our ports.
In North, West, Central, East and Southern Africa, major ports are emerging as vital trade gateways with the rest of the world and vectors of economic growth for the nearby economic centres. Welcome to Tangiers, the venue of the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa and Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The foot on two coasts, the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, the Tangier region has been a trading centre since ancient times. Located on the north-western tip of Africa, 16 nautical miles from Europe, the Tangier Medport complex has been active since 2007. Less than 20 years after its launch, Tangier Med has become the first port in Africa, the first port in the Mediterranean region, and the 17th container port in the world. Tangier Med is currently linked to 180 ports in over 70 countries, including 29 ports in Africa and 20 African countries.
I think I would like to highlight that ports have a critical role to play to promote intra-African trade. And this I mean by the infrastructure that we have in the port, the container terminals, the oil terminals, the depth of the channel, whether they have rail connection, whether they are close to airport. All of these characteristics are critical to reducing the cost of trade and also to improve flows through ports.
Now that we are implementing the African Continental Free Trade Area, the efficiency of the ports and interlinkages between the ports and other infrastructure is going to become very critical. And since we are here in Tangier, I think Tangier Med is one of the best examples. It is the largest port on the continent. It is extremely efficient, and it can be a very good example, linking Africa to Europe. And this one here, together with others, which are on the continent, the most important thing is to see how they are interlinked in such a way that they can be able to promote trade in terms of exports, but also in terms of imports.
In 2025, Tangier Med allowed for the transit of more than 11 million containers, 161 million tons of cargo, more than 3 million passengers, 500,000 trucks, almost another 500,000 vehicles. More than 16,500 vessels made stops at the port, including 1,319 megaships, over 290 meters in length.
So ports are not only important gateway for international trade, but they are also critical for promoting the continental free trade area. In this regard, there are good lessons that African ports could learn from one another. And I think the best place to start learning these lessons is Tangier, which is performing as the best port on the continent for several years. I think one lesson that could also be learned from Tangier is that it's associated to a special economic zone. I think that you have a massive automobile industry here in Morocco, in Tangier, that is linked to the port. This is a good example of how a port could be used as a special economic zone. I think we've also seen this in relation to hydrogen. Ports play a critical role here because they could be used as platforms to produce hydrogen. At the same time, they could use hydrogen for the shipping industry, serving as hub where you could fuel.
Despite its size, the Tangier Med port is just one part of a deeply interwoven ecosystem which includes a 1,000-hectare port complex and a 3,000-hectare industrial platform. Complex includes 9 activity zones, hosting 1,500 active companies in a range of sectors, including automotive, aeronautics, textile, agro-foods, and logistics.
I think one of the things that has made Tangier to perform well is the digitalization, is the application of frontier technology. I think this is a lesson that other ports on the continent can learn from.
Faced with increasingly complex global supply chains, tight regulatory requirements, and accelerating flows, the Tangier Med complex has been evolving into one of the most digitalized ecosystems in Africa, using high-impact digital solutions supported by strong cross-functional mobilization and close collaboration across the ecosystem. New and frontier technology uses include the use of blockchains and artificial intelligence, paperless and transparent procedures, and single digital windows for the port and the free zones, covering a wide range of services ranging from the transit of merchandise to port traction requests and weighing processes, and which includes the creation of new companies, investors' installation processes, building permits, calls for tenders, order execution tracking, purchase orders and contracts, access authorizations for vehicles and personnel. At the same time, enhanced cybersecurity and business continuity frameworks are being deployed. The Tangier Med complex is equipped with an intelligent access management solutions combining Bluetooth, RFID, and LPR cameras for license plate reading and counting for a greater traceability of goods and personnel flows. The Tangier Med Cypher project, in partnership with the Port of Rotterdam, uses AI to automate document verification for roll-on/roll-off and container transit transporting perishable and agri-food products to accelerate administrative processes, facilitate port inspections and reduce the risk of mistakes. So far, Tangier Med has enabled the creation of 145,000 jobs, including 15,658 in 2025, thanks to initiatives such as the Tangier Tetouan Al Hoceima, City of Trades and Skills, and policies that provide companies establishing operations in Tangier Med's industrial zones with a workforce specifically trained to meet their needs. The region's increasingly skilled labour force is now able to compete on equal footing with its European counterparts.
Au sein de notre écosystème, le capital humain constitue un levier stratégique, avec plus de 145 000 emplois directs. Des efforts soutenus sont déployés dans des formations adaptées aux besoins des secteurs clés, avec pour objectif de préparer les compétences et les talents de demain en faisant appel à des dispositifs intégrés impliquant les opérateurs industriels dans les métiers de la production, de la maintenance, de la supply chain et des systèmes automatisés.
The growth of the Tangier Med complex is also guided by a strong commitment to sustainability, with a roadmap to reduce the port complex carbon footprint, improve energy efficiency, and support the environmental transition of the entire port and industrial ecosystem, in line with National Blue Economy goals and the International Maritime Organization's 2050 decarbonisation targets.
Cette position de leader en Afrique et en Méditerranée nous invite non seulement à nous conformer à la réglementation environnementale européenne et internationale, mais nous engage à être une référence en matière de durabilité portuaire et industrielle dans la région.
Since 2025, the Tanger Med port has been operating on 100% renewable energy, supported by several initiatives, including nearby wind farms, photovoltaic canopies, and rooftop systems, and 8 acres of photovoltaic panels installed at the nearby dam of Oued Remel. These installations generate up to 20 gigawatt hours of renewable electricity annually, preventing the emission of more than 14,000 tons of CO2, while reducing the dam's water evaporation by up to 30%. Additional measures include the use of LED lighting in the port and industrial areas, reducing energy consumption by up to 65%, and the implementation of a just-in-time system to optimise port calls, which has reduced maritime traffic delays by nearly half, and anchoring operations by 70%, avoiding approximately 10,000 tons of CO2 emissions per year.
Tanger Med est aujourd'hui le premier port africain certifié Ecoport, confirmant une transition vers l'utilisation croissante de l'électricité verte, tout en déployant des programmes ambitieux de réduction des émissions, aussi bien pour les navires que pour le transport terrestre. Nous avons également mis en place des systèmes performants de gestion de recyclage des eaux industrielles, ainsi que des initiatives structurées d'économie circulaire et de gestion des déchets.
Less than 20 years since it first became operational, Tanger Med Port reached in 2025 95% of its capacity. Extensions and investments for the full digitalisation of port operations, the creation of new dry ports, and the expansion of logistical capacities are currently underway, and new maritime ports are being built in response to growing needs. Tanger Med's experience demonstrates how African ports, integrated with related industrial zones, infrastructures, energy facilities, and with support from new technologies, can interact to write the next chapters of African growth, regional integration, job creation, and prosperity.
Tanger's Med is more than a port complex. It is a strategic lever for African integration, in line with the vision of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. It positions Morocco as a key logistical gateway connecting African economies to each other and to global markets. The African Continental Free Trade Area is not only about reducing tariffs, it also requires strong infrastructure, efficient connectivity, and coordinated logistics. In this context, Tanger Med acts as a hub. It supports complementarities with other African ports, facilitates trade flows, and helps structure regional value chains. It also strengthens South-South cooperation through win-win partnerships. Ultimately, it contributes to stronger intra-African trade, greater economic sovereignty, and a more integrated and resilient Africa.
Tanger Med est un hub stratégique et une infrastructure dynamique tournée vers l'Afrique au service de l'intégration régionale et du développement économique continental. Enfin, nous sommes convaincus que notre continent doit se doter de hubs logistiques performants, renforcer les corridors du commerce interrégional et soutenir les objectifs de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine.
The technology is the bread and butter for the whole efficiency of the port system. Nowadays, it's no longer like the old ones. You have to use technology, you have to use AI, you have to, the whole entire artificial intelligence is what actually is driving the whole entire port. It's no longer physical, it's now using the technology that is the latest.
Welcome to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa Knowledge Fair, a platform for exchange, collaboration, and transformation. Across Africa, a new story is unfolding, a story driven by knowledge, innovation, and possibility. At a time when decisions matter more than ever, knowledge becomes our most powerful tool. Here, ideas are not just shared, they are transformed into solutions that impact lives. Bringing together policymakers, innovators, and thinkers to shape evidence-based solutions for Africa's future. From data to technology, from research to real-world impact, this is where transformation begins. Step into the future of Africa's development, experience knowledge in action. Welcome to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa Knowledge Fair, a platform for exchange, collaboration, and transformation. Across Africa, a new story is unfolding, a story driven by knowledge, innovation, and possibility. At a time when decisions matter more than ever, knowledge becomes our most powerful tool. Here, ideas are not just shared, they are transformed into solutions that impact lives. Bringing together policymakers, innovators, and thinkers to shape evidence-based solutions for Africa's future. From data to technology, from research to real-world impact, this is where transformation begins. Step into the future of Africa's development, experience knowledge in action.
Across the world, the shipping industry is playing a major role in the global economy while undergoing deep transformations. Africa's shipping industry is also growing and increasing its contribution to trade both within the continent and with the rest of the world. Africa's ports are the primary channels for importing raw materials and exporting finished goods. They are essential for industrial development and facilitating trade.
I think ports are particularly important because they are critical to promote intra-African trade. Most people don't know is that intra-African trade already today, more than 20% is happening through our ports.
In North, West, Central, East and Southern Africa, major ports are emerging as vital trade gateways with the rest of the world and vectors of economic growth for the nearby economic centres. Welcome to Tangiers, the venue of the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa and Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The foot on two coasts, the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, the Tangier region has been a trading centre since ancient times. Located on the north-western tip of Africa, 16 nautical miles from Europe, the Tangier Medport complex has been active since 2007, less than 20 years.
Hello, welcome again, ladies and gentlemen. Rebonjour à tous. So in fact, we are about to break out for lunch. Lunch will be ready in about 15 minutes. But what we are inviting you to do right now is to scan the QR code that is shown on the screen. And this is to give you feedback on COP26. This is very, very important as your recommendations, your evaluation is strategic and very, very important for us and for the next COMs to come. So if I could kindly ask you all to take about 10 minutes, 10-15 minutes to scan the code and fill in our feedback form. As soon as lunch is ready, I'll make sure to advise you as well. Mesdames et messieurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, just right behind me, there is a QR code. Kindly scan it, because this is for an overall assessment of this event. This is really important for us to have your feedback, see what went well, what went wrong, and maybe also how to improve the next editions. So please kindly scan this code, take a couple of minutes to fill in the questionnaire or form. Right after this, we will break for lunch, and I will let you know as soon as lunch is ready.
Repeat the instructions. Please scan the QR code behind me, fill in the evaluation form. After that, we'll go to lunch, and I'll make sure to let you know when lunch is ready. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good news. Lunch is finally ready. So let's all proceed to the restaurant now to have lunch and reconvene here in about an hour. Mesdames et messieurs, ça y est, le déjeuner est prêt. Donc rendez-vous au restaurant et on se retrouve ici dans environ 1 minute. Merci.
shipping industry is playing a major role in the global economy while undergoing deep transformations. Africa's shipping industry is also growing and increasing its contribution to trade both within the continent and with the rest of the world. Africa's ports are the primary channels for importing raw materials and exporting finished goods. They are essential for industrial development and facilitating trade.
I think ports are particularly important because they are critical to promote intra-African trade. Most people don't know is that intra-African trade already today, more than 20% is happening through our ports.
In North, West, Central, East and Southern Africa, major ports are emerging as vital trade gateways with the rest of the world and vectors of economic growth for the nearby economic centres. Welcome to Tangiers, the venue of the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa and Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The foot on two coasts, the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, the Tangier region has been a trading centre since ancient times. Located on the north-western tip of Africa, 16 nautical miles from Europe, the Tangier Med Port Complex has been active since 2007. Less than 20 years after its launch, Tangier Med has become the first port in Africa, the first port in the Mediterranean region, and the 17th container port in the world. Tangier Med is currently linked to 180 ports in over 70 countries, including 29 ports in Africa and 20 African countries.
I think I would like to highlight that ports have a critical role to play to promote intra-African trade. And this I mean that the infrastructure that we have in the port, the container terminals, the oil terminals, the depth of the channel, whether they have rail connection, or whether they are close to airport, all of these characteristics are critical to reducing the cost of trade and also to improve flows through ports.
Now that we are implementing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the efficiency of the ports and interlinkages between the ports and other infrastructure is going to become very critical. And since we are here in Tangier, I think Tangier Med is one of the best examples. It is the largest port on the continent. It is extremely efficient, and it can be a very good example, linking Africa to Europe. And this one here, together with others which are on the continent, the most important thing is to see how they are interlinked in such a way that they can be able to promote trade in terms of exports, but also in terms of imports.
In 2025, Tangier Med allowed for the transit of more than 11 million containers, 161 million tons of cargo, more than 3 million passengers, 500,000 trucks, almost another 500,000 vehicles. More than 16,500 vessels made stops at the port, including 1,319 megaships, over 290 meters in length.
So ports are not only important gateway for international trade, but they are also critical for promoting the continental free trade area. In this regard, there are good lessons that African ports could learn from one another. And I think the best place to start learning these lessons is Tangier, which is performing as the best port on the continent for several years. I think one lesson that could also be learned from Tangier is that it's associated to a special economic zone. I think that you have a massive automobile industry here in Morocco, in Tangier, that is linked to the port. This is a good example of how a port could be used as a special economic zone. I think we've also seen this in relation to hydrogen. Ports play a critical role here because they could be used as platforms to produce hydrogen. At the same time, they could use hydrogen for the shipping industry, serving as hub where we could fuel.
Despite its size, the Tangier Med Port is just one part of a deeply interwoven ecosystem, which includes a 1,000-hectare port complex and a 3,000-hectare industrial platform. Complex includes 9 activity zones, hosting 1.
Welcome back, everyone. Bonjour à tous. I hope that you enjoyed the break. So without further ado, let's proceed to point 6 of our agenda, the examination of recommendations and the adoption of draft resolutions. And Mr. Chair, I hand over to you.
Pasamos a la adopción de las recomendaciones y sin más paso a darle la
Thank you,
palabra al presidente.
Madam Moderator, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, welcome back. Under this agenda item, we will be considering the recommendations emanating from the meeting of the Committee of Experts, and thereafter we'll examine the draft resolutions before us for adoption. As you know, by tradition, the Bureau has a rapporteur, and the rapporteur for this Bureau is the representative of the Kingdom of Morocco. And to that effect, may I invite the rapporteur of the Committee of Experts to take us through the recommendations already approved, I dare to insist, by our experts. Monsieur le rapporteur, vous voudrez bien prendre la parole, s'il vous plaît?
Dear rapporteur, could you please take the floor, please? Mr. Zakaria Hermans. Thank you, dear Chair, for giving me the floor. I shall start by reading the experts' report and sharing it with the participants. The 44th meeting of the Committee of Experts of the African Meeting of Finance Planning and Economic for Africa was held in Tangier from 28 to 30 March 2026 in a hybrid mode, enabling an online and in-person participation. Regarding the participation, there's a participation of members of the ECA, United Nations organs, the representatives of the member states of the United Nations as observers, Bangladesh, but also representatives of intergovernmental organizations and regional organizations, the single market of Oriental and Austral African regions. I won't mention the whole list of participants, so I invite you to move to item B, opening statements. The opening statement was delivered by the Deputy Executive Summary of the Ministry of Economy and Finance and Chair of the outgoing Bureau of the Committee of Experts, Mohamed Tariq Bashir. Opening statements were made by the Executive Deputy Secretary that supposes the program, Ms. Mama Keita and Mr. Bashir, on behalf of the Ministry of Economy and Finance, Nadia Fattah. In its opening statement, Mr. Bashir emphasized that although the gross domestic product of Africa had rebounded by 4% in 2025, African economies remain structurally vulnerable and dependent on exports of raw materials and intermediate goods. Africa had to consolidate recent gains, including by increasing capital investment while addressing persistent structural weaknesses, in particular the underutilization of its young people. Growth had been driven largely by capital accumulation and labor rather than productivity gains, reflecting in part the limited efficiency of public investment. Innovation remained the main driver of modern economies, but in the context of rising uncertainty, the availability of reliable and transparent data was essential for effective strategic planning. Digital technologies had great potential to boost productivity, reduce high transaction costs, and support African integration in terms of trade and research and development. There was an urgent need to deepen regional integration and strengthen regional value chains. In its opening remarks, the Deputy Executive Director in charge of program support noted that the theme of the session was timely and provided an opportunity to examine the ways in which frontier technologies could drive growth and structural transformation in Africa by reallocating resources towards more productive sectors. She also said that such technologies had the potential to create millions of jobs, reduce poverty, boost efficiency, and support climate adaptation, in particular in the area of agriculture. Africa was lagging behind other regions in adopting technology. In that regard, artificial intelligence was needed within its population, and we needed the diaspora to be committed in frontier technologies. Now, micro businesses, informal economies should also take advantage of these frontier technologies thanks to proper financing, investment in digital infrastructure, data centers, the creation of excellency centers could promote the dissemination of technologies, in particular in the informal sector. She concluded calling for bold measures in order to promote this data, in order to promote full transformation in Africa. Mr. Bashir also highlighted the efforts of Morocco to promote innovation and harness frontier technologies as articulated by the government in its Digital Morocco 2030 national strategy. He also said that these efforts included the expansion of high-speed digital infrastructure, but also measures to facilitate investment in technology sectors. New technologies are transforming all dimensions of society. African countries needed to rethink their economic models, which still relied heavily on natural resources. Greater solidarity was required to pool the continent's resources and maximize the benefits of those technologies. Item 13, concluding the opening session, the representatives of the ECA and the government of Morocco unveiled a commemorative stamp marking 66 years since the second session of ECA, which had also been held in Tangier. Now, the election of the Bureau and adoption of the Adenchant Program of Work. The following members of the ECA were unanimously elected by the committee to form the new Bureau. Chair, Cameroon. First Vice Chair, Sierra Leone. Second Vice Chair, Kenya. Third Vice Chair, Zambia. The Rapporteur, Morocco. Following an acceptance statement by the newly elected chair, Daniel Yannick Ifango, Head of Economic Integration in Central Africa of the Ministry of Economic Planning and Regional Development of Cameroon, the committee adopted without further amendment the program of work and the following agenda, which were based on the draft program of work and the provisional agenda. Opening of the 44th meeting of the Committee of Experts and the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa, the election of the Bureau and adoption of the agenda and program of work, overview of recent economic and social developments in Africa, assessment of progress on regional integration in Africa, but also the presentation of the theme of the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. Item 6, statutory issues. A report of the Executive Secretary on the activities of the Economic Commission for Africa from March 2025 to February 2026. A report on the follow-up to the resolutions of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The report of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development on its 11th session and follow-up activities. The report on the United Nations support for the African Union and its African Union Development Agency New Partnership for Africa's Development Program, proposed program plan and budget for 2027, report on the work of the subsidiary bodies of the Economic Commission for Africa, report on the implementation of the AWASA Program of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries for the decade 24-27, 34, the Doha Programme of Action for the Least Developed Countries, a report on progress in implementation of priority areas in Africa. 7, date, venue, and theme of the 59th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. 8, other matters. 9, consideration, adoption of the reports of the Committee of Experts, and consideration of recommendations and draft resolutions. 10, closing of the 44th meeting of the Committee of Experts. Let's now move, as the chair said, right away to the recommendations. One word regarding the social economic situation in Africa. In the light of the debate, the discussion, the committee made the following recommendations. The members of the ECA are encouraged to accelerate investment in energy, digital, and transport infrastructure, including through blended finance mechanism as a basis for structural transformation, regional integration, and inclusive growth. 2, to reorient foreign direct investment towards value addition, industrialization, and the domestic processing of raw materials, supported by investor-friendly tax reforms and strengthened partnerships with the private sector. To promote transparency and accountability in public finances by harnessing technology and data and adopting a uniform approach to debt management and reporting. To implement policies aimed at ensuring that digitalization, natural resource management, and fiscal reforms translate into broader job creation and more equitable development outcomes. ECA is encouraged also, 1, to provide policy guidance on value addition and job creation, in particular in strategic sectors such as mining and natural resource processing. 2, to provide targeted analytical and technical support to countries that are in or are emerging from conflict situations with a view to supporting economic resilience, recovery, and development. 3, to assist countries with strengthening data and digital governance systems, including the measurement of both digital activities and performance in the services sector, and with improving access to international platforms for debt transparency and concessional financing. Item 4, assessment of progress on regional integration in Africa. Item 21 of the recommendations. That in the light of the discussion, the committee made the following recommendations. The members of the ECA are encouraged to establish short-term and medium-term priorities for regional integration with a focus on sequenced reforms in such areas as trade facilitation, infrastructural development, and investment frameworks, supported by specific implementation and monitoring arrangements. 2, to strengthen domestic resource mobilization through tax reform, modernized tax administration, and the crowding in of private capital with a view to reducing reliance on debt financing and expanding fiscal space for development. 3, to pursue and ensure measurable progress in ratifying the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to free movement of persons, right of residence, and right of establishment in a manner that balances economic benefits with national security considerations and implementation capacity. ECA is encouraged to provide technical support to its members in widening their tax bases, improving tax administration efficiency, and diversifying financing instruments. 2, to support industrial development strategies, strengthen regional value chains, including through such initiatives as the Single African Air Transport Market. 3, to continue to support the effective implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area and the free movement frameworks while assisting its members in balancing economic integration with the security and stability considerations. 5. Presentation of the theme of the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. Let's also move to the recommendation item 27. In the light of the discussion, the committee made the following recommendation. A. Members of ECA are encouraged to increase financing to foster innovation and productivity, in particular among young innovators, in line with continental-level commitments, such as the African Union target of allocating at least 1% of GDP to research and development. 2. To align the development of frontier technologies with national development plans through the use of innovative financing strategy, including blended finance and green bonds. 3. To promote local innovation startups and establish platforms for promoting financial inclusion through shared infrastructure. 4. To align education, skills development, and apprenticeships with the requirements of high productivity sectors, in particular industry. 5. To actively involve the private sector, implementing policies that align skills with labor market needs, taking into account technological developments, innovation dynamics, and the growing requirements of that industry, the Industry 4.0 in particular. 6. To strengthen data autonomy and artificial intelligence sovereignty in order to reduce external dependence and strengthen national and subnational data systems and strategies. B. ECA is also encouraged to 1. To support its members in developing frameworks for prioritizing and monitoring the adoption of frontier technologies and for strengthening governance of artificial intelligence, data, and cybersecurity. 2. To support its members in developing stronger legal and institutional frameworks for inclusive, data-driven decision-making, in particular in critical economic sectors. 3. To support regional and inter-country collaboration on research and development, including technology development. 4. To provide technical support to its members for the development of a continental framework to guide foreign direct investment, including in extractive industries, with minimum requirements regarding benefits for African countries. 5. To provide technical support to its members in the establishment of centers of excellence specializing in AI and the governance and management of data. Item 6, statutory matters. There are 2 reports. The reports of the Executive Secretary on the activities of the Economic Commission for Africa for March 2025 to February 2026, and following report on the follow-up to the resolutions of the Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. And now, after the debate, we can move to recommendations item 33. In the light of the discussion, the committee made the following recommendations. A. Members of the ECA are encouraged to strengthen domestic resource mobilization and debt management, including by curtailing illicit financial flows and improving tax administration and service delivery. To accelerate the implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area by addressing implementation challenges. ECA-B is encouraged to continue to support a common African position on the reform of the global financial architecture and debt restructuring. 2. To scale up its support for the sovereign credit ratings of its members, capital market development, and the operationalization of an African credit rating agency to support its members through capacity building and peer learning in the areas of AI and digital governance. 4. To employ robust monitoring and evaluation tools to track and report on the impact of its work at the country level. 5. To collaborate with other entities of the United Nations system to provide technical assistance tailored to the specific needs of its members in the areas of access to climate finance, accreditation processes, capacity for project preparation, and the framing of climate investments in terms of risk and return profiles. C. Reports of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development on its 11th session and follow-up activities. A second report on the support for the African Union by the United Nations and its African Union Development Agency New Partnership for Africa's Development Program. Let's move on to item 38 of the recommendations. In the light of the discussion, the committee made the following recommendations. Members of the ECA are encouraged to accelerate the implementation of recommendations contained in the outcome documents of the 11th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. 2. To align national development strategies with the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. B. ECA is encouraged to identify support for its members on data-driven development planning and integrated reporting, including in their efforts to strengthen national systems for the generation and use of high-quality data for evidence-based policy making. 2. To assist its members in partnership with the African Union Commission and other stakeholders in aligning the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 through integrated national planning, implementation, and reporting frameworks, including targeted technical assistance and policy advisory services. 3. To further expand and strengthen its dashboard and data laboratories for monitoring the Sustainable Development Goals in Africa, in order to enhance the availability, usability, and visualization of high-quality, timely data with a view to supporting evidence-based policy making, improving the tracking of progress made in implementing the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, and fostering greater transparency and coordination. Item E, proposed program plan and budget for 2027. Item 44 is about recommendations, and again, in the light of the discussion, the committee made the following recommendations. Members of ECA are encouraged to strengthen coordination between their respective permanent missions to the United Nations in New York, with a view to collectively advocating and defending the Commission's program and budget for 2027, to submit requests to the Commission for technical assistance in priority areas, including innovative finance, capital market development, climate action, and value chain development. B. ECA is encouraged to continue supporting its members in advancing inclusive financing initiatives, in particular for young people and women, through policy advisory, capacity building, and partnership facilitation initiatives in relation to national development, trade, climate resilient, green transition, and natural resource management. 2. To scale up support for countries emerging from conflict through programs to their specific institutional and development needs, in particular in the areas of trade, economic governance, financial sector development, and climate resilience. To continue strengthening engagement with national and regional stakeholders as to promote coherence, enhance programmatic impact, and improve delivery across all sub-regions.
F. Reports on the work of the subsidiary bodies of ECA. Item 1. There is the Committee development, regional integration, trade, infrastructure, industry and technology. Item 2, Regional Committee of United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management for Africa globally. 3, Committee on Social Policy, Poverty and Gender. We move on to the recommendations, item 52. In the light of the discussions, the committee made the following recommendations. Members of ECA are encouraged to accelerate the ratification and implementation of the protocol to the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area on digital trade, including through the broader use of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System by African central banks, to develop and implement the Integrated Geospatial Information Framework for Ethical Geospatial Information Management, to recognize and value the unpaid care and domestic work through regular time use surveys and the compilation of household production satellite accounts. 4, to strengthen national statistical and data systems, including through the integration of multidimensional poverty measures, gender-responsive data, and geospatial information into development planning. B, ECA is encouraged to support its members in the accelerated implementation and incorporation into domestic law and frameworks of the protocol to the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area on digital trade. 2, to support its members in institutionalizing the African Gender and Development Index within their gender monitoring and reporting systems and in adapting the tool to inform more targeted programming. 3, provide technical assistance to its members with a view to improving the ability of their national statistical systems to measure multidimensional poverty, produce subnational data, and implement geospatial information frameworks. 4, to support its members in regularly undertaking time-use surveys on unpaid care and domestic work and in compiling household production satellite accounts. 5, to support its members in strengthening intergovernmental cooperation for the purpose of sharing knowledge and experience in managing big data by leveraging existing data warehouses across the continent. 4, the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning. Recommendations, item 55. In the light of the discussion, the committee made the following recommendations. Members of ECA are encouraged to, first, fulfill their statutory obligations to contribute to the annual budget of IDEP, to engage actively with IDEP in identifying capacity development needs with a view to ensuring that its programs remain demand-driven and aligned with national development priorities. ECA is encouraged to continue the strategic review of the business model of IDEP with a view to responding to the evolving global and regional environment, to support the implementation of the new strategic framework of IDEP, including through an integrated capacity development program and diversified financing arrangements in order to strengthen the Institute's financial sustainability while expanding its reach across the continent. 5, intergovernmental committees of senior officials and experts, sub-regional preparatory meetings. Let us move on to the recommendations with item 58. In the light of the discussion, the committee made the following recommendations. Members of ECA are encouraged to accelerate the digitalization of tax administration and public financial management systems with a view to broadening the tax base, reducing tax inequalities, and strengthening domestic resource mobilization, to invest in digital infrastructure and connectivity and adopt cross-border data sharing frameworks and automated customs systems so as to facilitate regional trade and support the implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area. to develop and implement strategies that harness the blue economy, sustainable tourism, and green value chains as drivers of economic diversification and inclusive growth, in particular with expanded opportunities and capacity strengthening for young people. The ECA is encouraged to continue providing tailored analytical and technical support on the focus areas of each sub-regional office, taking into consideration sub-regional context and comparative advantages, to strengthen its support for post-conflict countries and those facing elevated climate vulnerability through interventions that promote economic resilience, recovery, and sustainable development. There are other reports, namely the one on the implementation of the AWASA Program of Action for Landlocked Developing Countries for the decade 2024-2034, and the Doha Program of Action for the LCD's report on progress in implementation of priority areas in Africa. Move on to the recommendations with item 61. In the light of the discussions, committee made the following recommendations. Members of ECA that are landlocked developing countries or least developed countries are encouraged, 1, to align national development plans, strategies and budgets with the priorities of the Doha Program of Action and the AWASA Program of Action, while ensuring coherence with the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. To strengthen resilience to external shocks by investing in and enhancing adaptive and productive capacities, food security, and sustainable natural resource management. And while strengthening these domains, members of ECA that are landlocked developing countries are encouraged to apply international transit obligations to national contexts and harmonize them with their respective national policies and regulations. C. Members of ECA that are least developed countries are encouraged to ensure that they develop smooth transition strategies before graduation from the least developed country's status with a view to sustaining their graduated status. ECA is encouraged to provide technical assistance in support of the alignment of national development frameworks with the Doha Program of Action and the AWASA Program of Action, while strengthening monitoring and reporting capacities. To assist its members in strengthening trade facilitation, reducing trade costs, and enhancing participation in regional and global value chains, including through the implementation of the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area. To promote regional infrastructure and connectivity, including cross-border initiatives. To facilitate knowledge sharing, peer learning, and regional dialogue in order to accelerate the effective implementation of the programs of action and the achievement of SDGs. Item 7, date, venue, and theme of the 59th session of the Economic Commission for Africa. Before moving to the recommendations, let me underline the three proposed options. Option 1, shaping the future of work in Africa, youth employment, growth, and fiscal resilience. Option 2, from extraction to transformation, leveraging the critical minerals and biodiversity of Africa for industrialization and green growth. Option 3, reclaiming financial sovereignty for Africa to drive sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development. Experts proposed a preference for the theme shaping the future of Africa, unless proposed otherwise. Cameroon offered to host the 59th session of the Commission under the preferred theme by the participants. And in the light of the discussions of the 59th session of the ECA should be held under the theme Shaping the Future of Work in Africa, Youth Employment, Growth and Fiscal Resilience. The 60th session of ECA should be held under the theme From Extraction to Transformation, Leveraging the Critical Minerals and Biodiversity of Africa for Industrialization and Green Growth. C, the offer of Cameroon to host the 59th session of the ECA under the preferred theme to be considered by the ministers. Miscellaneous, no other matters were raised. For the consideration and adoption of the report of the Committee of Experts, as well as the draft report and draft resolution, and at the end of the 44th meeting of the Committee of Experts, the chairperson declared the closing of the meeting with the various resolutions being adopted, including the ECA/44/23 with regard to using the renewable energies, as well as Resolution E regarding reorganizing the activities of ECA. In document E, ECA 44/23, with the third resolution having to do with the program of work and the budget of 2027, which is part of the document 44/23, with all those resolutions being adopted during the proceedings of the meeting of the Committee of Experts. I make it over to the chairperson. Floor is yours, sir.
Honorable Ministers, esteemed delegates, dear colleagues, we've listened to the recommendations and the resolutions emanating from the work of our Committee of Experts. These recommendations are submitted to the Conference of Ministers for approval and adoption. I presume that we've all seen those recommendations. There are a lot, there are many. I will do a quick rundown without reading, just to recall that the first batch of recommendations is found on page 5 of 24, line paragraph 18. The second one is on paragraph 21. The third batch is on paragraph 27. Paragraph 33, the fourth one. Paragraph 38, the fifth batch of recommendations. Paragraph 44, paragraph 52, paragraph 55, 58, 61, 66, and there we are for recommendations. It's good to precise that each batch of recommendations concludes the discussions on each of the subject matters that were submitted for discussion. And as a whole, our committee of experts equally proposes to the ministers four groups of resolutions, 3 groups of resolutions. The first group of resolutions bearing on the 2027 program, plan, and budget. The second one bearing on advancing sustainable energy to enhance digital technology infrastructure on the continent. I think this is important because the core of our work was on digital technologies. And the last batch of resolutions is the reorganization of the work of the Economic Commission for Africa. Standard procedures naturally require that the ministers approve or adopt these recommendations by consensus. We're not going to vote. But it is important that if any minister, following the reports to him or her by his or her representatives in the committee of experts, has any comments or any request for adjustments, may do so before we proceed by approval. I would like to start, especially when it comes to the hosting of our 2027 conference by Cameroon. I will want to modify that statement to say the hosting of the 2027 edition of our conference should be in Addis Ababa. Because we are policy-level officials, it's important that you have an idea why. It's not because Cameroon is running away from its responsibilities. It's simple, because if we look at the whole, out of the 54 flags, behind the 54 flags, we have just about 10 ministers, meaning the level of participation of ministers is not what we all have loved it to be. And it would appear, looking at the records, that each time the conference meets in Addis Ababa, the level of participation of ministers is high and appreciable. And to ensure that the work that we do is appropriated at the highest political level, it may not be the best idea to stay away from Addis Ababa for too long. And the principle of alternating one conference in Addis Ababa, second conference out of Addis Ababa, to me seems to prime over Cameroon's zeal to host you. Definitely we are African in miniature and we would love to have you all come because we find a little piece of all your countries in that country. It's just, we consider it like something simply delayed, but it will happen. So this is just to say, let us modify that element to say the 2027 conference will be in Addis Ababa, not in Yaoundé. That said, I'd like to leave the floor open to other ministers. That's the only comment I had. I want to imagine that maybe other ministers have comments. I don't doubt the capacity of our experts to do good work. The list is very, very long. If I don't see any comment, then I will make a second comment. Excellency, Executive Secretary, if one question that I asked the expert representing, or one of the experts, the experts representing Cameroon, was a simple procedural concern when it comes to monitoring the implementation of the recommendations that we formulate. Yes, there is the report of the Executive Secretariat on the implementation of the recommendations. But I want to suggest that henceforth, that report be done in a table form. In a table form where all the recommendations are lined up, and then the status of implementation of each recommendation is indicated, so that the ministers can, without a lot of effort, actually assess by themselves what has become of each of the recommendations that were formulated. This is more of procedural than depth, because I think the summary, the report of the Executive Secretary on the implementations of those reports is dense enough. But understanding the challenging calendars of ministers, if we could ease their work by bringing out the recommendations on a table, which we attach to their files, so without much effort, the ministers are able to, just the bird's eye view, see what was implemented and what's ongoing, what's completed, what's not yet completed, and stuff. So this is just my personal recommendation to ease our work without putting to question anything else. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, allow me to start by appreciating you for chairing all the sessions. Job well done. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your concern of us not staying outside Addis Ababa for so long, and your request that next year we should go back to Addis Ababa. Mine is a kind request that after Addis Ababa, you should try to venture to come to the Pearl of Africa, which is Uganda. So I am actually registering a request ahead of time, or a bid to be put on the queue, that after Addis Ababa, the next country to host you, and that is very warm and hospitable and ready to welcome all of you, ministers, technocrats, to a beautiful country which is regarded as the Pearl of Africa, is Uganda, and you're most welcome. Mr. Chairman, given that even in this particular session, Uganda was not given chance to speak, this would be a more justification to invite all of you to the most beautiful part of Africa, which is the Pearl of Africa. You're all most welcome. Please do clap for me.
We want to thank Uganda very sincerely for the offer. The Bureau will examine the offer and revert. Don't forget that between our sessions, the Bureau is very active. We've had a series of meetings to prepare this one. So in due course, the information will be distilled to the members. Any other discussion, any other? You see, the beauty of sitting down and chairing this meeting is that I have this. They deprived me of this stuff. And I was like, what is the instrument of power in this house? So, in the absence of any other proposals, may we consider the recommendations and resolutions as adopted. Yes, we're just waiting for the Secretariat to get ready to help us on the next item, which is our statement. So please, just bear with us. It won't be too long. Thank you. Honorable Ministers, the next item on our agenda is an item of prime importance, and its importance is equally demonstrated by the constraints that come with preparing it. That's the ministerial statement. In some fora, it's called the final communique, communique final, and so on and so forth. There is the constraint of having it in the official languages of the organization and ensuring that all the versions are absolutely coherent, and for which purpose the Secretariat is pleading that will give them another hour, give them 1 hour to finalize this document and before submitting it to our approval. So I am speaking on the behalf of the Secretariat, asking the ministers to be indulgent with them. Their intention is simple. They want to be thorough. They want to give us the best that they possibly can. So can we just reconvene at 6 p.m.? Can we reconvene at 6 p.m.? Let's say 10 minutes before 6, let's be in the hall, so that exactly at 6 p.m. we look through that statement, which is on behalf of all of us, and approve it, and thereafter we proceed with the formal closing of our conference. I thank you so much.
fragile fiscal space, over-reliance on donor funding, and weak, fragmented data systems. To build resilient systems, Africa must not only mobilize more resources, it must now mobilize them differently. This translates to innovative instruments, debt for health systems, and blended finance, while also integrating real-time, interoperable data systems that ensure transparency and accountability. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the ECA, is working with member states to rethink financing models and work with new, innovative financing health mechanisms. Central to this approach is embedding health governance tools that strengthen transparency and investor confidence.
One of the issues that we are seeing is data. There is a big issue when it comes to collecting data, bringing transparency. And you cannot have investors, you cannot attract investors in the sector if you don't have a clear data, if you don't have tools, if you don't have digital tools that can help you really to clarify and bring more accountability and more transparency in this. We build the capacities because it's crucial. If the staff working in the ministries of finance, they don't understand that health is an investment, they will be continue looking at it as a social expenditure.
What is not measured is not accounted for. And once we want to account for our health status, we want to account for our productivity, once we want to see Africa transform, then data is the bottom line. And that is why in the area of health investment, especially at the time that we want to distinguish between health from an expenditure point of view and health into an investment discussion, the bottom line should be data. So a number of national statistical offices on the continent produce routine data on economic statistics. So we regularly hear GDP of countries, inflation of countries. But as a continent, we are lacking when it comes to social indicators, in this case, health broadly. From our point of view at the African Center for Statistics, what we see as a challenge is the fragmented way of looking at the health indicators. There isn't much value in looking at health investment independent of the current status of health outcomes, independent of the current status of health outputs. There are some health financing options that are foundational, that would continue to be a public good, a government expenditure, and there are some investment that requires that different financing options would have to come to the table, especially when we are able to link those health outputs to productivity, which is what this research, this project seeks to achieve. At the end of the day, can we ensure that we have healthy Africans that are nutritious, that are able to increase their productivity so that the transformation that we seek to have as a continent, we're going to receive it.
Innovative financing reform in Africa goes far beyond short-term pilots or isolated experiments. The real shift now lies in institutionalizing sustainable mechanisms within Africa's national public financial management systems. Ensuring revenues are predictable, properly ring-fenced, and aligned with individual African national health policies. Debt for health swaps in Africa are innovative financing mechanisms that can turn fiscal pressure into opportunity, redirecting debt service payments towards strategic health investments in Africa while preserving fiscal sustainability. Yet financing innovation alone will not deliver transformation in the African health landscape. Sustainable reform requires intelligence at its core, with reliable data underpinning accountability to sustain comprehensive health reforms across the continent.
All these areas of swaps that we are talking about, for example, debt for health swap, and also other innovative mechanisms of financing, bringing in the private sector, also looking at what the innovations you can do within the government resources to make sure that at least health is guaranteed for all the citizens, and what can be done in the urban and in the rural areas, what should be the formula in order to take care of that financing in a sustainable way. That's why we are undertaking a very big project to see, as ECA, to see what can be done, what are the possibilities, so that from there we can test it in some countries, and if it works out, then we can roll it over to all the African countries. Because otherwise, you cannot rely on development aid forever to finance your basic necessity, such as health financing.
So when we talk about innovative finance, we are saying instead of using all the resources, a huge part of the resources that we have to service our debt, one of the things we can do is actually to agree with the countries that, or with the partners that we are paying the debt back to say, why don't we have an agreement through what we would call a health for debt swap, whereby we have an agreement on the debt that we are servicing to you, and the savings that we make there, we put that saving into building a resilient health systems within the country or within the continent.
Transforming health financing across the continent will require more than just mobilizing capital. Through interoperable systems, individual African governments can simulate trade-offs, monitor health spending, and ensure that investments reduce health inequity and expand access to more citizens. Moreover, through innovative financing models now piloted by the ECA, African states can diversify revenue streams and reduce dependency. And through collaboration and a narrative change, health will ultimately become recognized not as a cost, but as a sovereign economic investment. Africa's prosperity depends on the health of its people, and transforming health financing creates a strong foundation for the continent's future.
So the primary health care will be modernized, where no one will be left behind. We will not be having women dying because they are giving birth in health centers. We will not be having elders removing themselves from the health system because they cannot afford it. And we will not be having situations where international partners are the one really funding health in African countries. So I think looking at it from now, success will be Africa fully responsible of its health and funding it and financing it, and the population really enjoying the technologies and the advancement that these technologies are bringing to the health sector. And our children happy and living in an area where they know that they will not be exposed to shocks and epidemics because their governments are watching, their governments are acting.
Ladies and gentlemen, okay.
Strong strategies are the backbone of a health reform financing model, and accurate data are its lifeblood. Across Africa, health systems face structural challenges: fragile fiscal space, over-reliance on donor funding, and weak, fragmented data systems. To build resilient systems, Africa must not only mobilize more resources, it must now mobilize them differently. This translates to innovative instruments, debt for health systems, and blended finance, while also integrating real-time, interoperable data systems that ensure transparency and accountability. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the ECA, is working with member states to rethink financing models and work with new, innovative financing health mechanisms. Central to this approach is embedding health governance tools that strengthen transparency and investor confidence.
One of the issues that we are seeing is data. There is a big issue when it comes to collecting data, bringing transparency. And you cannot have investors, you cannot attract investors in the sector if you don't have a clear data, if you don't have tools, if you don't have digital tools that can help you really to clarify and bring more accountability and more transparency in this. we build the capacities because it's crucial. If the staff working in the ministries of finance, they don't understand that health is an investment, they will be continue looking at it as a social expenditure.
What is not measured is not accounted for. And once we want to account for our health status, we want to account for our productivity, once we want to see Africa transform, then data is the bottom line. And that is why in the area of health investment, especially at the time that we want to distinguish between health from an expenditure point of view and health into an investment discussion, the bottom line should be data. So a number of national statistical offices on the continent produce routine data on economic statistics. So we regularly hear GDP of countries, inflation of countries. But as a continent, we are lacking when it comes to social indicators, in this case, health broadly. From our point of view at the African Center for Statistics, what we see as a challenge is the fragmented way of looking at the health indicators. There isn't much value in looking at health investment independent of the current status of health outcomes, independent of the current status of health outputs. There are some health financing options that are foundational, that would continue to be a public good, a government expenditure, and there are some investment that requires that different financing options would have to come to the table, especially when we are able to link those health outputs to productivity, which is what this research, this project seeks to achieve. At the end of the day, can we ensure that we have healthy Africans that are nutritious, that are able to increase their productivity so that the transformation that we seek to have as a continent, we're going to receive it.
Innovative financing reform in Africa goes far beyond short-term pilots or isolated experiments. The real shift now lies in institutionalizing sustainable mechanisms within Africa's national public financial management systems. Ensuring revenues are predictable, properly ring-fenced, and aligned with individual African national health policies. Debt for health swaps in Africa are innovative financing mechanisms that can turn fiscal pressure into opportunity, redirecting debt service payments towards strategic health investments in Africa while preserving fiscal sustainability. Yet financing innovation alone will not deliver transformation in the African health landscape. Sustainable reform requires intelligence at its core, with reliable data underpinning accountability to sustain comprehensive health reforms across the continent.
All these areas of swaps that we are talking about, for example, debt for health swap, and also other innovative mechanisms of financing, bringing in the private sector, also looking at what the innovations you can do within the government resources to make sure that at least health is guaranteed for all the citizens, and what can be done in the urban and in the rural areas, what should be the formula in order to take care of that financing in a sustainable way. That's why we are undertaking a very big project to see, as ECA, to see what can be done, what are the possibilities, so that from there we can test it in some countries, and if it works out, then we can roll it over to all the African countries. Because otherwise, you cannot rely on development aid forever to finance your basic necessity, such as health financing.
So when we talk about innovative finance, we are saying instead of using all the resources, a huge part of the resources that we have to service our debt, one of the things we can do is actually to agree with the countries or with the partners that we are paying the debt back to say, why don't we have an agreement through what we would call a health for debt swap, whereby we have an agreement on the debt that we are servicing to you, and the savings that we make there, we put that saving into building a resilient health systems within the country or within the continent.
Transforming health financing across the continent will require more than just mobilizing capital. Through interoperable systems, individual African governments can simulate trade-offs, monitor health spending, and ensure that investments reduce health inequity and expand access to more citizens. Moreover, through innovative financing models now piloted by the ECA, African states can diversify revenue streams and reduce dependency. And through collaboration and a narrative change, health will ultimately become recognized not as a cost, but as a sovereign economic investment. Africa's prosperity depends on the health of its people, and transforming health financing creates a strong foundation for the continent's future.
So the primary health care will be modernized, where no one will be left behind. We will not be having women dying because they are giving birth in health centers. We will not be having elders removing themselves from the health system because they cannot afford it. And we will not be having situations where international partners are the one really funding health in African countries. So I think looking at it from now, success will be Africa fully responsible of its health and funding it and financing it, and the population really enjoying the technologies and the advancement that these technologies are bringing to the health sector. And our children happy and living in an area where they know that they will not be exposed to shocks and epidemics because their governments are watching and their governments are acting.
Strong strategies are the backbone of a health reform financing model, and accurate data are its lifeblood. Across Africa, health systems face structural challenges: fragile fiscal space, over-reliance on donor funding, and weak, fragmented data systems. To build resilient systems, Africa must not only mobilize more resources, it must now mobilize them differently. This translates to innovative instruments, debt for health systems, and blended finance, while also integrating real-time, interoperable data systems that ensure transparency and accountability. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the ECA, is working with member states to rethink financing models and work with new, innovative financing health mechanisms. Central to this approach is embedding health governance tools that strengthen transparency and investor confidence.
One of the issues that we are seeing is data. There is a big issue when it comes to collecting data, bringing transparency. And you cannot have investors, you cannot attract investors in the sector if you don't have a clear data, if you don't have tools, if you don't have digital tools that can help you really to clarify and bring more accountability and more transparency in this. We build the capacities because it's crucial. If the staff working in the ministries of finance, they don't understand that health is an investment, they will be continue looking at it as a social expenditure.
What is not measured is not accounted for. And once we want to account for our health status, we want to account for our productivity, once we want to see Africa transform, then data is the bottom line. And that is why in the area of health investment, especially at a time that we want to distinguish between health from an expenditure point of view and health into an investment discussion, the bottom line should be data. So a number of national statistical offices on the continent produce routine data on economic statistics. So we regularly hear GDP of countries, inflation of countries. But as a continent, we are lacking when it comes to social indicators, in this case, health broadly. From our point of view at the African Center for Statistics, what we see as a challenge is the fragmented way of looking at the health indicators. There isn't much value in looking at health investment independent of the current status of health outcomes. independent of the current status of health outputs. There are some health financing options that are foundational, that would continue to be a public good, a government expenditure, and there are some investment that requires that different financing options would have to come to the table, especially when we are able to link those health outputs to productivity, which is what this research, this project seeks to achieve. At the end of the day, can we ensure that we have healthy Africans that are nutritious, that are able to increase their productivity so that the transformation that we seek to have as a continent, we're going to receive it.
Innovative financing reform in Africa goes far beyond short-term pilots or isolated experiments. The real shift now lies in institutionalizing sustainable mechanisms within Africa's national public financial management systems. Ensuring revenues are predictable, properly ring-fenced, and aligned with individual African national health policies. Debt for health swaps in Africa are innovative financing mechanisms that can turn fiscal pressure into opportunity, redirecting debt service payments towards strategic health investments in Africa while preserving fiscal sustainability. Yet financing innovation alone will not deliver transformation in the African health landscape. Sustainable reform requires intelligence at its core, with reliable data underpinning accountability to sustain comprehensive health reforms across the continent.
All these areas of swaps that we are talking about, for example, debt for health swap, and also other innovative mechanisms of financing, bringing in the private sector, also looking at what the innovations you can do within the government resources to make sure that at least health is guaranteed for all the citizens, and what can be done in the urban and in the rural areas, what should be the formula in order to take care of that financing in a sustainable way. That's why we are undertaking a very big project to see, as ECA, to see what can be done, what are the possibilities, so that from there we can test it in some countries, and if it works out, then we can roll it over to all the African countries. Because otherwise, you cannot rely on development aid forever to finance your basic necessity, such as health financing.
So when we talk about innovative finance, we are saying instead of using all the resources, a huge part of the resources that we have to service our debt, one of the things we can do is actually to agree with the countries or with the partners that we are paying the debt back to say, why don't we have an agreement through what we would call a health for debt swap, whereby we have an agreement on the debt that we are servicing to you, and the savings that we make there, we put that saving into building a resilient health systems within the country or within the continent.
Transforming health financing across the continent will require more than just mobilizing capital. Through interoperable systems, individual African governments can simulate trade-offs, monitor health spending, and ensure that investments reduce health inequity and expand access to more citizens. Moreover, through innovative financing models now piloted by the ECA, African states can diversify revenue streams and reduce dependency. And through collaboration and a narrative change, health will ultimately become recognized not as a cost, but as a sovereign economic investment. Africa's prosperity depends on the health of its people, and transforming health financing creates a strong foundation for the continent's future.
So the primary health care will be modernized, where no one will be left behind. We will not be having women dying because they are giving birth in health centers. We will not be having elders removing themselves from the health system because they cannot afford it. And we will not be having situations where international partners are the one really funding health in African countries. So I think looking at it from now, success will be Africa fully responsible of its health and funding it and financing it, and the population really enjoying the technologies and the advancement that these technologies are bringing to the health sector. And our children happy and living in an area where they know that they will not be exposed to shocks and epidemics because their governments are watching and their governments are acting.
Strong strategies are the backbone of a health reform financing model, and accurate data are its lifeblood. Across Africa, health systems face structural challenges: fragile fiscal space, over-reliance on donor funding, and weak, fragmented data systems. To build resilient systems, Africa must not only mobilize more resources, it must now mobilize them differently. This translates to innovative instruments, debt for health systems, and blended finance, while also integrating real-time, interoperable data systems that ensure transparency and accountability. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the ECA, is working with member states to rethink financing models and work with new, innovative financing health mechanisms. Central to this approach is embedding health governance tools that strengthen transparency and investor confidence.
One of the issues that we are seeing is data. There is a big issue when it comes to collecting data, bringing transparency. And you cannot have investors, you cannot attract investors in the sector if you don't have a clear data, if you don't have tools, if you don't have digital tools that can help you really to clarify and bring more accountability and more transparency in this. We build the capacities because it's crucial. If the staff working in the ministries of finance, they don't understand that health is an investment, they will be continue looking at it as a social expenditure.
What is not measured is not accounted for. And once we want to account for our health status, we want to account for our productivity, once we want to see Africa transform, then data is the bottom line. And that is why in the area of health investment, especially at the time that we want to distinguish between health from an expenditure point of view and health into an investment discussion, the bottom line should be data. So a number of national statistical offices on the continent produce routine data on economic statistics. So we regularly hear GDP of countries, inflation of countries. But as a continent, we are lacking when it comes to social indicators, in this case, health broadly. From our point of view at the African Center for Statistics, what we see as a challenge is the fragmented way of looking at the health indicators. There isn't much value in looking at health investment independent of the current status of health outcomes, independent of the current status of health outputs. There are some health financing options that are foundational, that would continue to be a public good, a government expenditure, and there are some investment that requires that different financing options would have to come to the table, especially when we are able to link those health outputs to productivity, which is what this research, this project seeks to achieve. At the end of the day, can we ensure that we have healthy Africans that are nutritious, that are able to increase their productivity so that the transformation that we seek to have as a continent, we're going to receive it.
Innovative financing reform in Africa goes far beyond short-term pilots or isolated experiments. The real shift now lies in institutionalizing sustainable mechanisms within Africa's national public financial management systems. Ensuring revenues are predictable, properly ring-fenced, and aligned with individual African national health policies. Debt for health swaps in Africa are innovative financing mechanisms that can turn fiscal pressure into opportunity, redirecting debt service payments towards strategic health investments in Africa while preserving fiscal sustainability. Yet financing innovation alone will not deliver transformation in the African health landscape. Sustainable reform requires intelligence at its core, with reliable data underpinning accountability to sustain comprehensive health reforms across the continent.
All these areas of swaps that we are talking about, for example, debt for health swap, and also other innovative mechanisms of financing, bringing in the private sector, also looking at what the innovations you can do within the government resources to make sure that at least health is guaranteed for all the citizens, and what can be done in the urban and in the rural areas, what should be the formula in order to take care of that financing in a sustainable way. That's why we are undertaking a very big project to see, as ECA, to see what can be done, what are the possibilities, so that from there we can test it in some countries, and if it works out, then we can roll it over to all the African countries. Because otherwise, you cannot rely on development aid forever to finance your basic necessity, such as health financing.
So when we talk about innovative finance, we are saying instead of using all the resources, a huge part of the resources that we have to service our debt, one of the things we can do is actually to agree with the countries or with the partners that we are paying the debt back to say, why don't we have an agreement through what we would call a health for debt swap, whereby we have an agreement on the debt that we are servicing to you, and the savings that we make there, we put that saving into building a resilient health systems within the country or within the continent.
Transforming health financing across the continent will require more than just mobilizing capital. Through interoperable systems, individual African governments can simulate trade-offs, monitor health spending, and ensure that investments reduce health inequity and expand access to more citizens. Moreover, through innovative financing models now piloted by the ECA, African states can diversify revenue streams and reduce dependency. And through collaboration and a narrative change, health will ultimately become recognized not as a cost, but as a sovereign economic investment. Africa's prosperity depends on the health of its people, and transforming health financing creates a strong foundation for the continent's future.
So the primary health care will be modernized, where no one will be left behind. We will not be having women dying because they are giving birth in health centers. We will not be having elders removing themselves from the health system because they cannot afford it. And we will not be having situations where international partners are the one really funding health in African countries. So I think looking at it from now, success will be Africa fully responsible of its health and funding it and financing it, and the population really enjoying the technologies and the advancement that these technologies are bringing to the health sector. And our children happy and living in an area where they know that they will not be exposed to shocks and epidemics because their governments are watching and their governments are acting.
Strong strategies are the backbone of a health reform financing model, and accurate data are its lifeblood. Across Africa, health systems face structural challenges: fragile fiscal space, over-reliance on donor funding, and weak, fragmented data systems. To build resilient systems, Africa must not only mobilize more resources, it must now mobilize them differently. This translates to innovative instruments, debt for health systems, and blended finance, while also integrating real-time, interoperable data systems that ensure transparency and accountability. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the ECA, is working with member states to rethink financing models and work with new, innovative financing health mechanisms. Central to this approach is embedding health governance tools that strengthen transparency and investor confidence.
One of the issues that we are seeing is data. There is a big issue when it comes to collecting data, bringing transparency. And you cannot have investors, you cannot attract investors in the sector if you don't have a clear data, if you don't have tools, if you don't have digital tools that can help you really to clarify and bring more accountability and more transparency in this. We build the capacities because it's crucial. If the staff working in the ministries of finance, they don't understand that health is an investment, they will be continue looking at it as a social expenditure.
What is not measured is not accounted for. And once we want to account for our health status, we want to account for our productivity, once we want to see Africa transform, then data is the bottom line. And that is why in the area of health investment, especially at the time that we want to distinguish between health from an expenditure point of view and health into an investment discussion, the bottom line should be data. So a number of national statistical offices on the continent produce routine data on economic statistics. So we regularly hear GDP of countries, inflation of countries. But as a continent, we are lacking when it comes to social indicators, in this case, health broadly. From our point of view at the African Center for Statistics, what we see as a challenge is the fragmented way of looking at the health indicators. There isn't much value in looking at health investment independent of the current status of health outcomes, independent of the current status of health outputs. There are some health financing options that are foundational, that would continue to be a public good, a government expenditure, and there are some investment that requires that different financing options would have to come to the table, especially when we are able to link those health outputs to productivity, which is what this research, this project seeks to achieve. At the end of the day, can we ensure that we have healthy Africans that are nutritious, that are able to increase their productivity so that the transformation that we seek to have as a continent, we're going to receive it.
Innovative financing reform in Africa goes far beyond short-term pilots or isolated experiments. The real shift now lies in institutionalizing sustainable mechanisms within Africa's national public financial management systems. Ensuring revenues are predictable, properly ring-fenced, and aligned with individual African national health policies. Debt for health swaps in Africa are innovative financing mechanisms that can turn fiscal pressure into opportunity, redirecting debt service payments towards strategic health investments in Africa while preserving fiscal sustainability. Yet financing innovation alone will not deliver transformation in the African health landscape. Sustainable reform requires intelligence at its core, with reliable data underpinning accountability to sustain comprehensive health reforms across the continent.
All these areas of swaps that we are talking about, for example, debt for health swap, and also other innovative mechanisms of financing, bringing in the private sector, also looking at what the innovations you can do within the government resources to make sure that at least health is guaranteed for all the citizens, and what can be done in the urban and in the rural areas, what should be the formula in order to take care of that financing in a sustainable way. That's why we are undertaking a very big project to see, as ECA, to see what can be done, what are the possibilities, so that from there we can test it in some countries, and if it works out, then we can roll it over to all the African countries. Because otherwise, you cannot rely on development aid forever to finance your basic necessity, such as health financing.
So when we talk about innovative finance, we are saying instead of using all the resources, a huge part of the resources that we have to service our debt, one of the things we can do is actually to agree with the countries that, or with the partners that we are paying the debt back to say, why don't we have an agreement through what we would call a health for debt swap, whereby we have an agreement on the debt that we are servicing to you, and the savings that we make there, we put that saving into building a resilient health systems within the country or within the continent.
Transforming health financing across the continent will require more than just mobilizing capital. Through interoperable systems, individual African governments can simulate trade-offs, monitor health spending, and ensure that investments reduce health inequity and expand access to more citizens. Moreover, through innovative financing models now piloted by the ECA, African states can diversify revenue streams and reduce dependency. And through collaboration and a narrative change, health will ultimately become recognized not as a cost, but as a sovereign economic investment. Africa's prosperity depends on the health of its people, and transforming health financing creates a strong foundation for the continent's future.
So the primary health care will be modernized, where no one will be left behind. We will not be having women dying because they are giving birth in health centers. We will not be having elders removing themselves from the health system because they cannot afford it. And we will not be having situations where international partners are the one really funding health in African countries. So I think looking at it from now, success will be Africa fully responsible of its health and funding it and financing it, and the population really enjoying the technologies and the advancement that these technologies are bringing to the health sector. And our children happy and living in an area where they know that they will not be exposed to shocks and epidemics because their governments are watching and their governments are acting.
Strong strategies are the backbone of a health reform financing model, and accurate data are its lifeblood. Across Africa, health systems face structural challenges: fragile fiscal space, over-reliance on donor funding, and weak, fragmented data systems. To build resilient systems, Africa must not only mobilize more resources, it must now mobilize them differently. This translates to innovative instruments, debt for health systems, and blended finance, while also integrating real-time, interoperable data systems that ensure transparency and accountability. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the ECA, is working with member states to rethink financing models and work with new, innovative financing health mechanisms. Central to this approach is embedding health governance tools that strengthen transparency and investor confidence.
One of the issues that we are seeing is data. There is a big issue when it comes to collecting data, bringing transparency. And you cannot have investors, you cannot attract investors in the sector if you don't have a clear data, if you don't have tools, if you don't have digital tools that can help you really to clarify and bring more accountability and more transparency in this. We build the capacities because it's crucial. If the staff working in the ministries of finance, they don't understand that health is an investment, they will be continue looking at it as a social expenditure.
What is not measured is not accounted for. And once we want to account for our health status, we want to account for our productivity, once we want to see Africa transform, then data is the bottom line. And that is why in the area of health investment, especially at a time that we want to distinguish between health from an expenditure point of view and health into an investment discussion, the bottom line should be data. So a number of national statistical offices on the continent produce routine data on economic statistics. So we regularly hear GDP of countries, inflation of countries. But as a continent, we are lacking when it comes to social indicators, in this case, health broadly. From our point of view at the African Center for Statistics, what we see as a challenge is the fragmented way of looking at the health indicators. There isn't much value in looking at health investment independent of the current status of health outcomes, independent of the current status of health outputs. There are some health financing options that are foundational, that would continue to be a public good, a government expenditure, and there are some investment that requires that different financing options would have to come to the table, especially when we are able to link those health outputs to productivity, which is what this research, this project seeks to achieve. At the end of the day, can we ensure that we have healthy Africans that are nutritious, that are able to increase their productivity so that the transformation that we seek to have as a continent, we're going to receive it.
Innovative financing reform in Africa goes far beyond short-term pilots or isolated experiments. The real shift now lies in institutionalizing sustainable mechanisms within Africa's national public financial management systems. Ensuring revenues are predictable, properly ring-fenced, and aligned with individual African national health policies. Debt for health swaps in Africa are innovative financing mechanisms that can turn fiscal pressure into opportunity, redirecting debt service payments towards strategic health investments in Africa while preserving fiscal sustainability. Yet financing innovation alone will not deliver transformation in the African health landscape. Sustainable reform requires intelligence at its core, with reliable data underpinning accountability to sustain comprehensive health reforms across the continent.
All these areas of swaps that we are talking about, for example, debt for health swap, and also other innovative mechanisms of financing, bringing in the private sector, also looking at what the innovations you can do within the government resources to make sure that at least health is guaranteed for all the citizens, and what can be done in the urban and in the rural areas, what should be the formula in order to take care of that financing in a sustainable way. That's why we are undertaking a very big project to see, as ECA, to see what can be done, what are the possibilities, so that from there we can test it in some countries, and if it works out, then we can roll it over to all the African countries. Because otherwise, you cannot rely on development aid forever to finance your basic necessity, such as health financing.
So when we talk about innovative finance, we are saying instead of using all the resources, a huge part of the resources that we have to service our debt, one of the things we can do is actually to agree with the countries or with the partners that we are paying the debt back to say, why don't we have an agreement through what we would call a health for debt swap, whereby we have an agreement on the debt that we are servicing to you, and the savings that we make there, we put that saving into building a resilient health systems within the country or within the continent.
Transforming health financing across the continent will require more than just mobilizing capital. Through interoperable systems, individual African governments can simulate trade-offs, monitor health spending, and ensure that investments reduce health inequity and expand access to more citizens. Moreover, through innovative financing models now piloted by the ECA, African states can diversify revenue streams and reduce dependency. And through collaboration and a narrative change, health will ultimately become recognized not as a cost, but as a sovereign economic investment. Africa's prosperity depends on the health of its people, and transforming health financing creates a strong foundation for the continent's future.
So the primary health care will be modernized, where no one will be left behind. We will not be having women dying because they are giving birth in health centers. We will not be having elders removing themselves from the health system because they cannot afford it. And we will not be having situations where international partners are the one really funding health in African countries. So I think looking at it from now, success will be Africa fully responsible of its health and funding it and financing it, and the population really enjoying the technologies and the advancement that these technologies are bringing to the health sector. And our children happy and living in an area where they know that they will not be exposed to shocks and epidemics because their governments are watching and their governments are acting.
Strong strategies are the backbone of a health reform.
Across the world, the shipping industry is playing a major role in the global economy while undergoing deep transformations. Africa's shipping industry is also growing and increasing its contribution to trade both within the continent and with the rest of the world. Africa's ports are the primary channels for importing raw materials and exporting finished goods. They are essential for industrial development and facilitating trade.
I think ports are particularly important because they are critical to promote intra-African trade. Most people don't know is that intra-African trade already today, more than 20% is happening through our ports.
In North, West, Central, East and Southern Africa, major ports are emerging as vital trade gateways with the rest of the world and vectors of economic growth for the nearby economic centres. Welcome to Tangiers, the venue of the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa and Conference of African Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The foot on two coasts, the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, the Tangier region has been a trading centre since ancient times. Located on the north-western tip of Africa, 16 nautical miles from Europe, the Tangier Medport complex has been active since 2007. Less than 20 years after its launch, Tangier Med has become the first port in Africa, the first port in the Mediterranean region, and the 17th container port in the world. Tangier Med is currently linked to 180 ports in over 70 countries, including 29 ports in Africa and 20 African countries.
I think I would like to highlight that ports have a critical role to play to promote intra-African trade. And this I mean that the infrastructure that we have in a port, the container terminals, the oil terminals, the depth of the channel, whether they have rail connection, whether they are close to airport, all of these characteristics are critical to reducing the cost of trade and also to improve flows through ports.
Now that we are implementing the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the efficiency of the ports and interlinkages between the ports and other infrastructure is going to become very critical. And since we are here in Tangier, I think Tangier Med is one of the best examples. It is the largest port on the continent. It is extremely efficient, and it can be a very good example, linking Africa to Europe. And this one here, together with others which are on the continent, the most important thing is to see how they are interlinked in such a way that they can be able to promote trade in terms of exports, but also in terms of imports.
In 2025, Tangier Med allowed for the transit of more than 11 million containers, 161 million tons of cargo, more than 3 million passengers, 500,000 trucks, almost another 500,000 vehicles. More than 16,500 vessels made stops at the port, including 1,319 megaships over 290 meters in length.
So ports are not only important gateway for international trade, but they are also critical for promoting the continental free trade area. In this regard, there are good lessons that African ports could learn from one another. And I think the best place to start learning these lessons is Tangier, which is performing as the best port on the continent for several years. I think one lesson that could also be learned from Tangier is that it's associated to a special economic zone. I think that you have a massive automobile industry here in Morocco, in Tangier, that is linked to the port. This is a good example of how a port could be used as a special economic zone. I think we've also seen this in relation to hydrogen. Ports play a critical role here because they could be used as platforms to produce hydrogen. At the same time, they could use hydrogen for the shipping industry, serving as hub where you could fuel.
Despite its size, the Tangier Med port is just one part of a deeply interwoven ecosystem, which includes a 1,000-hectare port complex and a 3,000-hectare industrial platform. Complex includes 9 activity zones, hosting 1,500 active companies in a range of sectors, including automotive, aeronautics, textile, agro-foods, and logistics.
I think one of the things that has made Tangier to perform well is the digitalization. I think this is a lesson that other ports on the continent can learn from.
Faced with increasingly complex global supply chains, tight regulatory requirements, and accelerating flows, the Tangier Med complex has been evolving into one of the most digitalized ecosystems in Africa, using high-impact digital solutions supported by strong cross-functional mobilization and close collaboration across the ecosystem. New and frontier technology uses include the use of blockchains and artificial intelligence, paperless and transparent procedures, and single digital windows for the port and the free zones, covering a wide range of services ranging from the transit of merchandise to port traction requests and weighing processes, and which includes the creation of new companies, investors' installation processes, building permits, calls for tenders, order execution tracking, purchase orders and contracts, access authorizations for vehicles and personnel. At the same time, enhanced cybersecurity and business continuity frameworks are being deployed. The Tangier Med complex is equipped with an intelligent access management solutions combining Bluetooth, RFID, and LPR cameras for license plate reading and counting for a greater traceability of goods and personnel flows. The Tangier Med Cypher project, in partnership with the Port of Rotterdam, uses AI to automate document verification for roll-on/roll-off and container transit transporting perishable and agri-food products to accelerate administrative processes, facilitate port inspections and reduce the risk of mistakes. So far, Tangier Med has enabled the creation of 145,000 jobs, including 15,658 in 2025, thanks to initiatives such as the Tangier Tetouan Al Hoceima, City of Trades and Skills, and policies that provide companies establishing operations in Tangier Med's industrial zones with a workforce specifically trained to meet their needs. The region's increasingly skilled labour force is now able to compete on equal footing with its European counterparts.
Au sein de notre écosystème, le capital humain constitue un levier stratégique, avec plus de 145 000 emplois directs. Des efforts soutenus sont déployés dans les formations adaptées aux besoins des secteurs clés, avec pour objectif de préparer les compétences et les talents de demain en faisant appel à des dispositifs intégrés impliquant les opérateurs industriels dans les métiers de la production, de la maintenance, de la supply chain et des systèmes automatisés.
The growth of the Tangier Med complex is also guided by a strong commitment to sustainability, with a roadmap to reduce the port complex carbon footprint, improve energy efficiency, and support the environmental transition of the entire port and industrial ecosystem in line with National Blue Economy goals and the International Maritime Organization's 2050 decarbonisation targets.
Cette position de leader en Afrique et en Méditerranée nous invite non seulement à nous conformer à la réglementation environnementale européenne et internationale, mais nous engage à être une référence en matière de durabilité portuaire et industrielle dans la région.
Since 2025, the Tanger Med port has been operating on 100% renewable energy, supported by several initiatives, including nearby wind farms, photovoltaic canopies and rooftop systems, and 8 acres of photovoltaic panels installed at the nearby dam of Oued Rimel. These installations generate up to 20 gigawatt hours of renewable electricity annually, preventing the emission of more than 14,000 tonnes of CO2, while reducing the dam's water evaporation by up to 30%. Additional measures include the use of LED lighting in the port and industrial areas, reducing energy consumption by up to 65%, and the implementation of a just-in-time system to optimise port calls, which has reduced maritime traffic delays by nearly half, and anchoring operations by 70%, avoiding approximately 10,000 tonnes of CO2 emissions per year.
Tanger Med est aujourd'hui le premier port africain certifié Ecoport, confirmant une transition vers l'utilisation croissante de l'électricité verte, tout en déployant des programmes ambitieux de réduction des émissions, aussi bien pour les navires que pour le transport terrestre. Nous avons également mis en place des systèmes performants de gestion de recyclage des eaux industrielles, ainsi que des initiatives structurées d'économie circulaire et de gestion des déchets.
Less than 20 years since it first became operational, Tanger Med Port reached in 2025 95% of its capacity. Extensions and investments for the full digitalisation of port operations, the creation of new dry ports, and the expansion of logistical capacities are currently underway, and new maritime ports are being built in response to growing needs. Tanger Med's experience demonstrates how African ports, integrated with related industrial zones, infrastructures, energy facilities, and with support from new technologies, can interact to write the next chapters of African growth, regional integration, job creation, and prosperity.
Tangiers Med is more than a port complex. It is a strategic lever for African integration, in line with the vision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. It positions Morocco as a key logistical gateway connecting African economies to each other and to global markets. The African Continental Free Trade Area is not only about reducing tariffs, it also requires strong infrastructure, efficient connectivity, and coordinated logistics. In this context, Tanger Med acts as a hub. It supports complementarities with other African ports, facilitates trade flows, and helps structure regional value chains. It also strengthens South-South cooperation through win-win partnerships. Ultimately, it contributes to stronger intra-African trade, greater economic sovereignty, and a more integrated and resilient Africa.
Tanger Med est un hub stratégique et une infrastructure dynamique tournée vers l'Afrique au service de l'intégration régionale et du développement économique continental. Enfin, nous sommes convaincus que notre continent doit se doter de hubs logistiques performants, renforcer les corridors du commerce interrégional et soutenir les objectifs de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine.
The technology is the bread and butter for the whole efficiency of the port system. Nowadays, it's no longer like the old ones. You have to use technology, you have to use AI, you have to, the whole entire artificial intelligence is what actually is driving the whole entire port. It's no longer physical, it's now using the technology that is the latest.
Across the world, the shipping industry is playing a major role in the global economy while undergoing deep transformations. Africa's shipping industry is also growing and increasing its contribution to trade both within the continent and with the rest of the world. Africa's ports are the primary channels for importing raw materials and exporting finished goods. They are essential for industrial development and facilitating trade.
I think ports are particularly important because they are critical to promote intra-African trade. Most people don't know is that intra-African trade already today, more than 20% is happening through our ports.
In North, West, Central, East and Southern Africa, major ports are emerging as vital trade gateways with the rest of the world and vectors of economic growth for the nearby economic centres. Welcome to Tangiers, the venue of the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa and Conference of African Ministers of Finance,
Recording in progress.
and Economic Development. The foot on two coasts, the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, the Tangier region has been a trading centre since ancient times. Located on the north-western tip of Africa, 16 nautical miles from Europe, the Tangier Med Port Complex has been active since 2007. Less than 20 years after its launch, Tangier Med has become the first port in Africa, the first port in the Mediterranean region, and the 17th container port in the world. Tangier Med is currently linked to 180 ports in over 70 countries, including 29 ports in Africa and 20 African countries.
I think I would like to highlight that ports have a critical role to play to promote intra-African trade.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The statement is now ready. You should have received it. Please view it, and we will now resume our session for the consideration and adoption of the ministerial statements. And I will now hand over to our chair.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Honorable Ministers, distinguished gentlemen, I want to thank you all very immensely for your resilience, your patience to sit and wait for 1 hour, 10 minutes. It's indicative of our shared values and procedures when it comes to the conclusions of our works. So the statement is supposed to be online. Have you accessed it? If you go to the PaperSmart portal, you will find it. The statement in various languages has been uploaded to the PaperSmart portal. So kindly look at it, please. But meanwhile, I see it coming up on the screen. I see the French version coming up on the screen.
Questions?
If you are able to access the PaperSmart portal, please kindly do in your language of choice. Otherwise, we could also run it on the shared big screen so that rapidly we should be able to approve it in the comfort of full knowledge of its contents. We could take like 5 minutes each to look at it on our screens. If we are not comfortable with English, si vous n'êtes pas à l'aise avec la version anglaise qui défile sur
If you wish to use the English version, it is on the screen, and you may have access to this draft statement on the electronic website, and to which we all do have 5 minutes. We will proceed with the adoption of the said statement.
If you are reading through the screen, kindly just have a pen in hand. Anything you want to call our attention to, you eventually refer the Secretariat to it. Please. Thank you. I think the scrolling on the screen should go a bit more faster, please. Scroll on, scroll on.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole.
Donnez une petite minute pour nous sommes vers la fin déjà.
Just give us another minute, please. Be patient. Just one more minute.
I thank you all, honorable ministers, for your patience to read through those 8 pages of documents. Now we move to its adoption, but not without getting inputs or any comments from the ministers. Morocco has asked the floor. Morocco, Kingdom of Morocco, please.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, may I congratulate you upon your election to the Bureau of the 58th Conference of Ministers, and I bid you full Godspeed in dispatching your mandate. If you please, I do have a proposal with regard to item 48. If you could display it on the screen as well. Thank you. Already, we are very pleased actually to include this item within the Declaration on Domestic Resource Mobilization. As you do know, these were matters that were debated at great length during recent days with regard to a number of infrastructure, human resource, and generally related to development projects, and these would be referred to as domestic resources, which were discussed during side events. And therefore, our proposal on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, we would like this to be completed by making reference to the ministerial declaration which was adopted in the high-level Conference of Ministers during the proceedings of this very conference, which calls on strengthening domestic resource mobilization, either in terms of taxation, in terms of public finance, in terms of public administration, and therefore we wish for it to be completed as follows. We would like to add this paragraph. We would like to invite member states to work in earnest towards the implementation of the Tangier Declaration on domestic resource mobilization during the Conference of Ministers, which was held jointly by ECA and the Kingdom of Morocco. I thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Does the Secretariat have
do you want us to respond, Chair? Yes, we've taken note, but that declaration will have to be formally adopted by this meeting for it to be included as one of the elements of the ministerial statement. Can you hear me? Yes, I was saying that we've taken note of the statement by Morocco. However, that declaration has to be adopted by this meeting as a ministerial declaration for us to include that. We footnoted it already, However, if it's to be mentioned, it has to be adopted at this ministerial segment of the meeting. Yeah, it was a side event, but that declaration has to be adopted by this meeting.
So the Secretariat is therefore throwing it to the ministers. To say that was a side event, but if the ministers want us to adopt the proposal, then the ministers authorize the Secretariat to include it in the statement. Am I right? Ministers, are there any objection? Qui des ministres dit non? In the absence of which I think the ministers approve. So thank you, Morocco. Thank you. That will be included. We have the Republic of Eritrea online. Can the technical room connect the representation of the Republic of Eritrea to the meeting room, please? Eritrea, can you hear us? While waiting for Eritrea to be connected, Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I hope I am audible.
We wish.
I think we shared the same concerns during the deliberations, and there was no any sort of objection to that concerning chairperson. The same has been also shared in the question and answer session, because I think my chat function was disabled due to online function. And the same has been also not only for this year, Your Excellency Chairperson, and it has serious implications to some of our member states. We have included the same statements in the last 2 to 3 years. And I will read, Your Excellency Chairperson. In preambular paragraph, a new para be included as follows. I will read it. We are concerned that the imposition of unilateral sanctions on a number of African countries adversely affects targeted countries' efforts to access international development finance and access to frontier technologies and the digital tools to harness growth and economic transformation, mobilization of private sector capital, and thereby affecting the realization of the Agenda 2030 and the Agenda 2063 of African Union, that the Africa we want. So we urge in a new para in 49, we urge concerned states to unconditionally lift unilateral sanctions as they are contrary to the United Nations Charter and hamper member states to access international development finance and also to access frontier technologies and the digital tools to harness growth and the economic transformation, Your Excellency Chairperson. And I share the same intervention in the question and answer session. And for if there is no objection, the Secretariat to easily take from that function, Your Excellency Chairperson, I submit.
May I invite Zimbabwe?
I hope I was audible.
Possible that there may be some correlation with your intervention, between your intervention and that of Eritrea. Zimbabwe, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We wish to support the sentiments aired by the state of Eritrea, as the inclusion of these paragraphs are consistent with what was written before in the past 2 ministerial sessions. We are merely adapting the sentiments so that they align with the theme of the year 2026
and it will also ensure that no country is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you do like Morocco by proposing the exact text to be inserted so that the ministers with sufficient visibility and in the hope to make sure that due consideration is given to your proposal can proceed to adoption. If together with Eritrea, maybe you could, yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The texts were submitted by the State of Eritrea to the Secretariat. They have it.
Can you take us to the appropriate paragraph and bring on the text so that we...
Yeah, Chair, it's not there yet. It's been proposed now on this platform. What we captured in the ministerial statement document were basically things that were discussed and agreed upon at this meeting. So now that's been raised at this session, we will capture it appropriately. We have the text, they've shared the text with us, but it's required to be presented here, and the ministers have to agree and adopt it. So once it's adopted, I'll get it inserted in the final version.
No, on the reverse. Just take us to the paragraph, like we did with Morocco on paragraph 48. Take us to the paragraph, indicate the text which will be inserted, and I mean, we have everything before us on the screen. I don't think it's so difficult.
What is to be inserted?
The proposal of Eritrea and Zimbabwe. The proposal of Eritrea and Zimbabwe, which was submitted and discussed during the experts meeting, as in continuation of a similar modification in the last two ministerial statements. They say they want to update and adapt that that paragraph to the central theme of this conference.
1 minute, Chair. We will get it now.
Please.
So I'll read it the way that it was shared with us.
Yes.
Which, with your permission, we can recast it as Secretariat. We are concerned that the imposition of unilateral sanctions on a number of African countries adversely affects targeted countries' efforts towards access international development finance in general, and frontier technologies assistance in particular, industrialization, mobilization of private sector capital, and thereby affecting the realization of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the aspirations of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, and creates negative perceptions about the investment climate in African countries. That's what they want inserted in the preamble. And in the operative part of the statement, they want us to include, and I quote, "We urge concerned states to unconditionally lift unilateral sanctions as they are contrary to the United Nations Charter and prevent member states from industrialization, access to international development finance and frontier technology assistance, and the mobilization of private sector capital, thereby affecting the realization of Agenda 2063 aspirations and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development goals." So if the ministers were to adopt this, we will look at it and try to fit it well, and it will also undergo editorial. But I think the first thing is for the ministers to agree that they want this to be part of their ministerial statement. Thank you.
Zimbabwe, are you comfortable with that? I want to understand that when you speak, you'll be speaking with your voice and that of Eritrea.
Yes, we are comfortable, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ministers, do you approve? Lesotho, on this same point or a new point?
Thank you very much, Chair. It's on this point.
Thank you. Have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving this delegation the floor. And let me congratulate you for being elected as the chair of the Bureau. This delegation support the text that has been proposed on the basis that we had in these discussions that African countries need to build sovereign, inclusive, and transformative digital systems where nobody is left behind. And that involves digital public infrastructure, data centers, data sovereignty in terms of digital and IT, AI skills, and human capital investment. And it is of the fact that before we could have financial sovereignty as African countries, we will need foreign direct investment. And with the sanctions imposed to some member states, it will be hard for them to get the funding in terms of the capital to invest in these emerging technologies in order to harmonize them, to transform their economies. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lesotho. Mozambique, may I just precise, maybe with insistence, that the idea of Zimbabwe and Eritrea is to stay coherent with a position which has been taken in the previous ministerial statements and which is updated at the end of every conference to tie with the theme of the day. That said, Mozambique.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving this delegation the floor. Without taking too much time, Excellency, we just want to align ourselves with the submissions made by the states of Eritrea and the Republic of Zimbabwe in order to appeal to the House to keep updating these two paragraphs that we are familiar with them. We had them in 2024, 2025, and we support the inclusion of these two paragraphs in the last ministerial statement. I thank you and I submit, Chair.
Thank you so much. I think it goes without saying that the trend is that the ministers approve the submission of Zimbabwe and Eritrea following the strong support from Lesotho and Mozambique. I thank you so much. The proposal is approved. That said, honorable ministers, I want to think that it is time for the conference to consider the ministerial statement for adoption. I look through the hall and I see no objection, and I therefore declare the ministerial statement as adopted. Now let's move to any other business. Is there something that any delegation would have wished to share with the conference, which found no space in the agenda of the conference? I hear nothing, and therefore I consider that there is no miscellaneous item for discussion during this conference. Thank you. And that said, it's time for us to go to the formal closing of our conference. To statements are expected. May I call on the Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Africa to proceed with his closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Mine is not really another remark to start the meeting. It's just a thank you to you, first of all, Chair, and congratulate you. And the manner you have been leading us throughout the entire discussion. And really for being patient with us. Really for making sure that it's accommodative to everyone and hearing everybody's ideas. So thank you so much. I want to thank also the government and the people and the Minister of Finance of the Kingdom of Morocco. They've done everything possible. I told you at the very beginning, at least what I was hearing from the Secretariat, from the time I was in Addis Ababa on the way and reaching here, and I saw it myself, the support that the Kingdom of Morocco has provided us and Tangier itself is really unmatched by any standard. And we thank you so much really for the gracious host. I didn't include the best food that we ate, which was really incredible, including last night with all the entertainment that we received, which was just incredible. So I really wanted to thank. And I want to thank you, all of you, for really being here almost every day, staying here late at night, but managing to wake up in the morning and again be here. This is just incredible. Even for the last day to stay up to this time, already non-stop. If it was possible, you would add another day before you travel and find out more about Tangier. I think you need a rest, but we thank you so much for really the good work that you did. We have discussed three most important topics. And the first one was the situation we are in that is happening in the Middle East that is going to affect our own countries, and the joint work that we are doing together with African Union Commission, the Africa Development Bank, UNDP, Africa Bureau, that we are really discussing with you and will continue consulting with you as we develop solutions as the war comes to an end. And this is going to become really a process that will continue as we get other shocks that are affecting our own continent. So this is the work that we need to continue working together, and hearing from you, sharing information on how you are managing it has become very, very important. The second one is the situation of the sustainable health financing that we introduced. The work that we have started as the Economic Commission for Africa at the request of the ministers of health, and also working with other partners to make sure that we can come up with a solution. And this is in line with what has been happening in terms of the aid declining, and the aid has been very much supporting this area. But that aid that was supporting the health financing is declining very fast. And if we don't come up with a solution, definitely it's going to backfire. And that's the work that we have been discussing also the whole day, 2 days ago, and today also being launched here in Tangier to make sure that this becomes also something that the ministers of finance should take into account to find alternative ways of sustainably financing our health, which is the most important. The third one is the topic to see how data and frontier technologies are contributing to economic growth. And I think the discussion that we had yesterday at the round table and the one we had this morning, there is no doubt that we have really taken in quite a lot in terms of learning on what works and also different ways of how technology is going to drive our economic growth. There is no way we can develop all the industries without including technology. You cannot modernize agriculture without technology. You cannot modernize our health services without technology, or our financial sector in terms of really inclusive financial growth that is inclusive to all sectors without applying technology, and you've seen it. We have also seen so many startups using AI, the newest technologies that there is, but we want to make sure that every country also adapts these innovative innovative technologies that are going to drive our economic growth. It's very important that this is the beginning. We'll continue doing research in this area, and I think as we move forward, we can see how technology is measured and contributes to our economic growth, and I think this has been very, very useful. So we really believe that we have learned so much. The next one, as you adapted, the meeting is going to take place in Addis Ababa, where we will try to bring every member of the 54 countries that are going to be attending our events at the ministerial level, and we look forward to making this one really a very big event and also coming up with results in line with the theme that we have chosen for next year. So I really wanted to thank you. We thank our secretariat that have been working very hard, almost non-stop. There are other people who are always never seen that have been arranging, that have been making sure that we all get the support that we need. They have worked very hard over the past days. Some of us has been here for a shorter time, but the others started with the side meetings. And there were a lot of discussion in the side meetings, which have made the ministerial meeting much easier. And we thank all the team that did the presentations, the others that have really come up with quite useful recommendations that have now just been adopted by the ministers. So we thank all of you and wish you a safe trip going back, but also encourage you to stay here longer. It's not just coming for a meeting and leaving, but it's also enjoying what Morocco and Tangier has to offer. So thank you so much, and best of luck.
Did I forget to ask the moderator to introduce me?
Sorry, Chairperson, I'm very sorry that the moderator, who has done the fantastic job, really, I'm sorry to break the protocol, but I think it goes without saying everybody has seen it. Thank you so much. I really very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Moderator, thank you for thanking me for prompting that. Very Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Botswana, Honorable Ministers, dear colleagues, Excellency Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Africa, and your marvelous team. Dear experts, ladies and gentlemen, not forgetting our friends of the media, I should say our partners of the media. Permit me, on our behalf, to very sincerely thank the people of the Kingdom of Morocco under the enlightened guidance of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may Allah assist him, for the generous hospitality and superb organization which has greatly contributed to the success of this 58th session of the Conference of Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development of the UN Economic Committee for Africa. Special thanks go to the Moroccan government and particularly to the Ministry of Finance for the very meticulous planning smooth, and I should say seamless logistics, warm welcome for all delegates, which established an ideal setting for open and meaningful discussions. Morocco's role as host not only supported our work, but also demonstrated the spirit of solidarity and cooperation that guides our shared mission of growth, transformation, and sustainable development across Africa. Let me also sincerely congratulate this year's Adebayo Adedeji lecturer, the one and only His Excellency Trevor Manuel, for delivering a wonderful and I should say very insightful discourse, reminding us clearly of the urgent challenges we face and the vast opportunities available for us to explore. I will want to commend the UN Economic Commission for Africa team under the esteemed leadership of its Executive Secretary, His Excellency Claver Gatete, a dear brother and friend, for introducing a timely and appropriate theme that directed our conversations towards actionable solutions, collaboration, and results. Our discussions have been informed by solid evidence, practical experience, different viewpoints reinforcing the collective resolve to leverage innovation and frontier technologies for the continent's economic and social transformation. To all ministers and heads of delegations, not leaving behind our experts, I want to thank you for your dedication, leadership, and active participation during this conference. Your valuable inputs, willingness to compromise, commitment to achieving results, and spirit of sacrifice help us establish priorities, fine-tune policy guidance, and build consensus for moving from deliberation to delivery. As we leave, let's use the momentum we have built here to put our conclusions into practice through coordinated national efforts, improved regional teamwork, and ongoing partnerships. With renewed determination, I want to declare the 58th session of the Economic Commission for Africa closed. I wish everyone very safe travels back to your places and countries of work. I thank you so much for your keen and kind attention. Thank you.
I feel quite emotional now, having to say goodbye. We've spent 2 wonderful days together and some bonds have been created. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Executive Secretary, and our dear advisor as well. And thank you very much for your support, because all along these 2 days you have been with me, guiding me, so thank you very much. Thank you to you all. Just before we say goodbye, I just want to mention that a few items have been found in the room. We have found a watch, a phone charger, an adapter, a laptop charger, as well as a ring. So please, if those items belong to you, have a look right by the door where a member of staff will be able to give them to you. Please do remember as well to book your transport arrangements. This is very important. If you are traveling back from Casablanca, do attend the transport desk, which is at the entrance. And finally, we would like to kindly ask you to not forget to fill in the evaluation form. This is very important to know what your thoughts are, what could be improved, and indeed what you have appreciated. So now it's time to say goodbye. Thank you very much to you all. It has been an absolute pleasure to be with you. And the work starts, I guess. Goodbye. Obrigada. And have a good evening.